even know my name. Going insane, pulling heavy on my brain. I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lose the feeling.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Hello. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday, I guess. Hello. Okay. Okay. So I know it's weird. Why the hell is he on today? Why the hell is Sam on today? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? Right. Well, several things. Several things. First of all, I was supposed to have surgery today, but the place that told me I was having surgery, all they did was take an X-ray, and then they're gonna have me come back in a month to do the actual surgery, which like keeps happening, where they tell me they're gonna do one thing and then they say, "Oh, sorry, we scheduled that, we coded that wrong." They have a new person doing the coding, whatever. So I have to wait until next month, but I did get an X-ray. The point being that I can stream today, and since I had taken everything else off my schedule, given that I thought I would be like in pain today, I can stream a bit. So let's do it. The second reason, guys, I am streaming today is because what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening with this ceasefire? Um, what the hell is happening with this ceasefire? So, okay, we will find out. We will find out. I thought that I don't have anything planned. What we're gonna do is we're gonna look into what the fuck is happening with this goddamn ceasefire. Look, I've already been demonetized. I've said the F word like 3 times. So it's okay, not demonetized, but you know. So we're gonna take a look at that. We're gonna kind of do some research live here on stream. I'm hearing that I have heard that Iran just came out not that long ago and said that they are going to withdraw from the ceasefire if our great friend and the angelic state that we all love, Israel, doesn't stop attacking Lebanon. I've also heard that from Dropsite that Iran has already reshut completely the Strait of Hormuz to outbound traffic. Not completely, but has reshut it to outbound traffic until Israel stops bombing Lebanon. So we will okay, so we'll take a look at this stuff. Let me see who we have here, guys. I'm going to need to take off this hoodie because I'm very hot. So give me a second. Okay, let me see who we have here in the meantime. Give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. All right. All right, all right, all right. So, I'll just wear a crappy little t-shirt. Actually, give me 1 second, folks. I saw a better one. You know, I'll wear that one. 1 second. All right. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, I didn't plan. I just kind of started streaming and I just realized I'm going to be hot if I put on that other shirt, so I might as well put this one on. Okay, so guys, let's see what's going on. Let me see who we have here. First of all, okay, for our stream. I did tell, I did tell, I made a note over on the chat on Discord to let people know I was streaming. Okay, so let's see here. Who do we got? Oh God, I'm gonna be so hot. Running around and shit. Okay. We got Anga. Hello, Anga Lee Anderson. So glad you're here. Trump has said one thing I agree with. What was that? Anga Lee? Hello, Sir Bart. Can I just say, I think you were right. Well, kind of. You were kind of right. Trump did kind of taco. So I think Sir Bart was generally right, as I think that's what Sir Bart said would happen. I know Fox Emblem said that would happen. There's a lot of people who deserve credit for shit, okay? So good job, Sir Bart. Yeah, another ceasefire bites the dust. Of course, Sir Bart, right? Gwen, I was again supposed to be getting surgery. Hello, Gwen. Alas, that got canceled. Oh well. I'm kind of happy I can eat now and I don't have to worry about the pain in my mouth for the next couple days. So that's good at least. All right. Angali, I'm tired of winning and I'm begging him to stop. Right, Angali, I totally get it. Elliot Waffles, Trump fully and unconditionally surrendered to own the libs. Correct, Elliot, right? Ooh, I can raise up it even more. There we go. I'm going to raise it up a bit more so you guys can, it just looks better that way, I think. Sorry, I'm messing with the desk. I should probably have done this before I started streaming. Regardless, it was a quick decision. Okay. The world is making me lethargic. Join the club, Gwen, right? Gwen, hello. He's going to be I'm not on drugs, J-Mac, unfortunately. Okay. Hello, Ivana. Iran did win the war in some ways. This is complicated. That's what we're going to be looking into today, Ivana, because I'm not sure. I'm hearing all these conflicting reports. Okay. Matt Saigai. Hello, Matt Saigai. How are you, Matt Saigai? You doing well? Okay, I'm on drugs. Okay, I do deserve reparations. Okay, I need you to say thank you, Gwen. I'm glad. Thank you for needing me, Gwen. That's all I want. I just want everyone to need me all the time. Okay, thank you, Gwen. Really. Thank you, Matt. It's like you like the hoodie. I know I should wear that hoodie more often. It's a bit too hot right now. It's pretty. It's kind of cold here. Alas, it is very hot in this room because of the computer and because of me running around. So, alas, I will have to wear a slutty shirt. Okay. J-Mac. J-Mac, LOL. I don't know if you remember yesterday. I made a comment about what if we just give up and take Iran's 10-point proposal, and it's actually happened. Yeah, that's for sure, J-Mac. You were right about it. I forgot you said that too, J-Mac. Yeah, tell Iran to free Palestine. Correct, Ivana, right? Hello, Tiago. How are you doing, Tiago? All right, let me see here. Alyssa, hello, Alyssa. I'm going to try and go through these kind of fast. That's true, Sir Bart. You are right about 90% of the time. Agreed. Yeah, and you were right, Fox Emblem. You were right about it being kind of a fake ceasefire. Okay. Paul Squaw, hello, Paul Squaw. It is supposed to be my day off, Paul Squaw, but I wiped my schedule to have surgery, and then the surgery isn't happening today, so I'm like, might as well stream a little bit. Might not stream as long as I normally do, folks, and I don't have much planned. We're going to see what happens. Okay. Tiago, how dare you? All right. Okay. So, all right, guys, let's get into it, right? There's a lot to talk about. I have heard conflicting reports. Apparently, there was a ceasefire done yesterday, in theory. There was a Hello, Dolly Boy. There was a ceasefire yesterday whereby Iran, the United States agreed to engage thoughtfully with Iran's 10-point plan. That 10-point plan is essentially a win for Iran. Of course, it isn't finalized. We'll go through that. And the ceasefire is supposed to apply. It's supposed to say that Iran, Israel, and the United States will stop shooting at each other. And Israel will stop attacking Lebanon and Iran's proxies. Alas, shocking outcome here. Israel announced, I believe today, that they don't view Lebanon as applying to the ceasefire. So they've continued bombing Lebanon. And in response to this, Iran apparently, this is like recently breaking news, okay? Iran is saying that they're going to pull out of the ceasefire, and they've just re-shut down the Strait of Hormuz. And this whole time that this so-called ceasefire is happening, Israel has been continuing to bomb Lebanon, and Iran has continued firing missiles and drones at its neighbors, etc. probably in response to what Israel's doing. Okay, so so much for a ceasefire that ended quickly. So we'll see here what we can get into. Again, this is all happening like as we speak, so I'm going to be kind of investigating it with all of you. This is from Drop Site News. As it says here, I didn't read my "you sexy broke mouth man." How dare you, Matt Saigai? Okay, so this is Drop Site News. Drop Site News is now claiming that breaking Iran has halted all oil tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz following Israeli strikes on Lebanon, according to the IRGC-linked Fars news agency. The pause comes after a brief reopening earlier in the day when two oil tankers, great, only two. That'll really save the global economy. Okay, when two oil tankers were allowed to pass with Iranian approval following the ceasefire. So again, Iran has now reshut down the Strait of Hormuz and is not allowing gas through. How dare you, Tiago? Okay. Oh, correct. It is, Ivana. It is funny how Iran was able to dog walk our president, which just shows how desperate he was for a ceasefire, which, of course, is funny because it was obvious since he was acting like a gorilla and going, ooh, 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 me destroy civilization because, just like the people in the manosphere, when they do that, it's because they're self-conscious and feel like they're about to lose. Lurking snow leopard. Yeah, everyone else ceases and the empire keeps firing. They do this all the time. They're disgusting liars. Yeah, shocking snow leopard. Who would have thought, right? Who would have thought this would happen? Okay, obviously it was very sort of predictable. Macy, it is Wednesday, Macy, but I decided to come on because I had supposed to have surgery today, so I canceled everything else I was going to be doing today, and the surgery isn't happening. So now I'm going to just quickly stream because I'm very curious to see what's happening in the world. So that's that. Meanwhile, guys, as reported by the Middle East Eye, Israel has killed 89 people in a massive wave of strikes across Lebanon. And apparently this is the largest okay, guys, come on. Okay, I'm sorry. Come on. We know this isn't a coincidence, right? We know that Israel didn't decide to literally do, as is quoted here, the heaviest day of Israeli bombing in Lebanon since the start of the war. We know they didn't decide to do that after the ceasefire, just coincidentally, right? We get that, right? We get that Israel doesn't want there to be a ceasefire and that they want to keep destroying Iran and that they were probably partially blindsided by Trump and they're mad and they want a reason for the war to keep happening. Okay? So, of course, they're going to do the worst day of bombing in Lebanon after the ceasefire has been agreed to. Okay? Yeah, shocking, Dolly Boy, shocking. Of course they are. Yeah, ceasefire, exactly, Sir Bart. It'll make it slightly harder for Israel to achieve a greater Israel if there is peace in the Middle East. So of course they're gonna get rid of the peace immediately, as fast as they can. Okay. Hilarious, Matt Saiga. Okay, you know what, Matt Saiga? We'll take a look at this too. So Matt Saiga just sent this. Al Jazeera News. Oh my God, hilarious. Oh my God. This is, you couldn't make this up. The circus continues, doesn't it? So according to the White House, breaking, a U.S. official said that a 10-point ceasefire plan published by Iran is not the same set of conditions that were agreed to by the White House for pausing the war. Okay. So let's think about this. All right. I suspect this is a lie. Okay, I suspect this is a complete lie. All right. I suspect that this is the 10-point agreement that they agreed to. And I suspect that now little whiny Trump baby is kind of frustrated that his ceasefire isn't holding up. And so he's lashing out and trying to make it look like Iran's fault, even though it is Israel's fault and his fault. Okay. So yeah, he's going to be like, well, that wasn't the rules published. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. And by the way, if that's the case, if it's the case that this agreement that they came to, guys, was not the 10-point agreement, why did they wait to announce this at 12 p.m. April 8th when it has been out and about that that's what Iran has thought was happening this whole time? Clearly, they're waiting. Okay, we waited until the Israel started breaking the ceasefire, and then we're like, oh, we need a reason to blame this on Iran. Okay, so there we go. Isn't that good? So, all right. Of course. Thank you, Matt Sagai. So, like, all right. Exactly, Paul Squaw. Not surprising at all. I want to quickly see here. Let's see, and as I said, guys, you're going to have to bear with me here because I'm trying to see what's happening while we're talking here. All right, let me see here. I'm going to see what's happening on Al Jazeera because all these new things are coming out, all these breaking news stories about Iran's blocking the strait now. Okay. Close Iranian aid speaker suggests plan might become null and void. Yes, I just mentioned that, Matt Saigai, but that's okay. Let's see here. Al Jazeera. Oh, wow. So I guess 112 have been killed across Lebanon by Israel. Wow. Who would have thought? The genocidal state doing more genocidal shit. Oh, God. If it looks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, it's a duck, right? It's a genocidal state. Okay. So, let's see here. This is funny. Netanyahu is a degenerate gambler and Lebanon is his last bet. Okay, good. So, let's see here. The UN, the chief of the UN, is calling on all parties to adhere to the ceasefire in while noticing that many are not. Okay. Over the last 3 or 4 hours, the sound of ambulances have been sounding throughout Beirut. Imran Riza, the UN humanitarian coordinator in Lebanon, has told Al Jazeera, right now in downtown, we just heard a very big explosion again, and then I got an update that there's been a hit in another very crowded neighborhood. So whatever the numbers are right now, I think they're going to be far more. Yeah, of course. That's what Israel's doing. Of course they are. Oh, wow. The U.S. Embassy is warning citizens in Iraq after attacks by Iran-backed groups because, of course, why would Iran want to have peace if you're breaking the ceasefire? Okay. All right. The IRGC pledges to deliver regretful response if Israel does not halt Lebanon attacks. The IRGC has condemned Israel's brutal massacre in Beirut. If aggression against our beloved Lebanon are not stopped immediately, we will give a regretful response to the evil aggressors in the region. Well, yep. So to be clear, guys, we also noticed, you guys probably noticed that Iran was still firing missiles last night after the ceasefire. And there are likely two different reasons for this. I'm going to write it down just because it'll help me remember what the hell I'm talking about. Okay. So, all right. So the first thing here is that it'll help me order my thoughts when there's a lot going on in my head. So obviously it could be that Iran, Iran didn't want to stop firing because of Israel. Another thing I think is probably true. Another reason I think they continued firing missiles is because, yes, but I also think, Matt Saigai, and I truly believe this. Remember how I said that Iran implemented a mosaic strategy where IRGC commanders can take independent actions with their drones and missiles? There was a report I read yesterday that said that some of the firing coming from Iran were from these regional commanders who still have control over drones and missiles and are still engaging in war for a number of reasons. One is that they haven't gotten the confirmation yet from Tehran because we've destroyed most of their communications and killed lots of their leaders that could coordinate this shit. So I think there's two reasons why Iran was still firing missiles and drones even after the announcement of the ceasefire. One is that the mosaic strategy and American bombing has made it hard for them to rein in their forces. And the IRGC are hardliners, so they're more likely to fire. They do these things. And I want to also point out that it like even said where I just read here. Okay, it even said where I just read that the IRGC is the one making the announcement, right? It didn't say that. Yeah, the IRGC pledges to deliver regular forces, not the government. Okay, not the government, but the IRGC. Okay, because they have a lot of power now in Iran. Now, does it matter to me? No, because they should respond if the ceasefire is being broken by Israel. But we are seeing two hello bodies swap. We're seeing two specific things happen here in Iran: difficulty with command and control, and the fact that Israel the ceasefire is being violated. All right, and it's interesting to me that the IRGC is appearing to take more of a leadership role in some of these cases. Okay. And for those that don't know, the IRGC is a special military unit within Iran. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is like a very ideological military unit that is responsible for protecting the Iranian regime. Okay. All right. So remember do you guys remember that when I talked about how Iran adopted a mosaic strategy and they diffused their leadership in the face of bombing and things like that? So that's part of the reason. Okay. And to be clear, Israel never stopped their bombing. So it's not like they don't have a reason to keep firing missiles. Hello, inverted panda. All right. All right. Thank you, JMac. I will hydrate. Okay. And God, I do hope they keep bombing. I mean, I do hope the IRGC keeps firing missiles and stuff. Notice, guys, notice here that Trump is saying, so this is according to Al Jazeera, Trump says the U.S. will discuss elements of Iran's deal behind closed doors. Okay, so he's saying, so Trump is saying numerous agreements, lists, and letters are being sent out by people that have absolutely nothing to do with the USA / Iran negotiation. In many cases, they are total fraudsters, charlatans, and worse, is what Trump said. Okay, hello, Invalid Axiom. There is only one group of meaningful points that are acceptable to the United States, and we will be discussing them behind closed doors. Yeah, but guys, he put this out 34 minutes ago. As the ceasefire started collapsing, suddenly he just noticed that Iran's 10 points aren't the points he agreed to. Yeah, I don't buy it. I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Okay, so let's see. What are the 10 points that Iran is saying that were agreed to? Iran. I just want to look at it. 10 points. All right. So this is the original list of sanctions that Iran Trump's Putin ceasefire, correct. This is the original list of sanctions that that's can anyone, let's see here. Okay, anyway, sorry. This is the original list of sanctions that Iran said had been that are going to be part of the peace deal, or at least be discussed in the in the diplomatic negotiations. The first is the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions on Iran, which is a complete win for Iran. All right. Next, continued Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz. That is massive, guys. Okay. And if that's truly what America agreed to discuss, that is both of those things are just massive wins for Iran. That's basically giving Iran control over the Strait of Hormuz, which will allow them to tax any oil shipments that go through the Strait of Hormuz, which would make them like very wealthy, okay, and very powerful. Not only that, they were part of this agreement was that they would be paid in Chinese currency or Iranian currency, or Bitcoin, which is moving the world away from American currency. So that would be very powerful. Okay. The U.S. military will withdraw from the Middle East. That's nothing but a retreat, folks. That's nothing but a defeat and a humiliating retreat by the U.S. military. Bye-bye. Okay. Now, again, though, guys, this is not the idea here was that these would be would be discussed af, you know, during this period of ceasefire. Okay. But Trump now is coming out and saying that these 10 points are not the ones that they were referring to. Well, what ones were they referring to? Well, then what the hell were they referring to? Okay. Um, okay. Yeah, on Friday. So, like, this is why I don't believe him. And why did he not come out sooner and say that these weren't the points that were being discussed? Why did he wait till 30 minutes ago to say this? Okay. I don't know. The next part of these 10-point peace negotiations would be an end to attacks on Iran and its allies. And also, guys, we have to understand this includes what do we think Israel will agree to these things? Okay. The release of frozen Iranian assets based. Yes, they should have them released. And lastly, a UN Security Council resolution making any deal binding. All right. So, okay. Lastly, by the way, it says here in the version released in Farsi, Iran also included the phrase acceptance of enrichment for its nuclear program. Okay. But for reasons that remain unclear, the phrase was missing an English version shared by Iranian diplomats to journalists. Oh, of course. Okay. Well, yeah, that's just propaganda. Of course, they don't want to say that out loud. Regardless, of course, Jonas. Of course, they'll never stop because America will forever protect them. Okay. So we know now that Trump is now claiming that these 10 points, there were 7 more, but apparently they didn't include them in here. Regardless, that these 10 points are not the points that were discussed. I don't buy it. I think Trump is retreating because the ceasefire is collapsing, and he wants it to appear to be Iran's fault. Okay. Oh, of course they are, Jonas. I think JMAC, yes, there is, but no time soon. Okay. JMAC says, I think there is a possibility in the future that we don't protect Israel. Certainly, JMAC, there is most Americans don't like Israel at this point, from what I can tell, at least from what the polls I've seen. They don't like what Israel has done. But unfortunately, as long as there's money in politics, Israel will still have a massive impact on our politicians. So I don't know. It would take a lot, I think, for our government to no longer work at the behest of Israel. Okay. So, okay, what else is happening, guys? If anyone, by the way, sees any news while we're chatting here, let me know, because this is coming out right now as we speak. It's collapsing as we speak. Thank you, Matt. That's perfect, Matt Saigai. So Matt Saigai sent this to us. Yeah, so guys, last night when Trump released this statement announcing a ceasefire, he said the following: based off conversations with Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif and Field Marshal Asim Munir of Pakistan. By the way, can I just give a shout out to Pakistan? I feel like, and I know, it's not like the most important role to be a mediator, but they appear to be doing pretty well, and they're holding both sides accountable. They keep calling out violations of the ceasefire, so I do got to give a little bit of a shout out to Pakistan for doing all this. And obviously they don't have selfless interests; they're a state, but still, they're handling it pretty well. Regardless, based off and wherein I requested that I hold off on the destructive force being sent tonight to Iran, and subject to the Islamic Republic of Iran agreeing to the complete, immediate, and safe opening of the Strait of Hormuz, I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. There you go, inverted panda. All right. Okay, I agree. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. The reason for doing so is that we already met and exceeded all military objectives. By the way, I don't know why military is capitalized, and as a teacher, it makes me want to vomit. Okay. And so far, and are very far along with a definitive agreement concerning long-term peace with Iran and peace in the Middle East. We received a 10-point. Yeah, he literally said that they received a 10-point proposal from Iran and believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate. So there are some possible theories here. Okay, There are some possible theories here. Now, guys, I'm going to give you theories. I'm not saying that I believe that they're true. One is that Iran gave them the wrong copy accidentally. That's very unlikely. Another one is that they purposely gave him the wrong copy in order to mislead him, mislead us into thinking that they were asking for something that we're not, and then to embarrass them. Another reason, the one I suspect is the case, is that they did send him the 10-point plan, and he's desperate to end the war. So he's like, okay, fine, fine, fine. Yeah, we'll discuss these points and we'll have a ceasefire. But he ultimately wasn't planning to accept those points. He just wanted to have a ceasefire and hopefully negotiate with them. And then now that the ceasefire is collapsing, okay, now that the ceasefire is collapsing, he's like, he wants to make it appear as though Iran are the liars about all this, okay? So that's what I think is happening. You know, or, it's either Iran is lying or the United States government is lying. And come on, let's be honest. Who do we think is lying here? Okay, I think it's much more likely to be the United States government. That doesn't mean Iran isn't a state also and might do things in their best interest in terms of lying, but I'm guessing, guys, that this is an American thing. Okay. Um, Paul Squall, you're 100% right. I think Trump has lied so much he genuinely can't tell the difference between his lies and what really happened. For sure. For sure. Okay. And as I said before, guys, another factor in this is that the internal command structure of Iran is a mosaic structure right now. So they might be having they actually are having command and control issues because we've just killed lots of their leaders and destroyed a lot of their communications. So the IRGC has a lot of independent commanders who can make actions independent of the government. So there's the other factor in here too, guys, is how much of this is the Iranian government to begin with. How much say do they really have about what ends up happening, what the IRGC ends up doing? There's lots of different things to think about here. Okay. Wizard's Bread book. I'm also curious if his news is being filtered by Stephen Miller, AI generating clips to be whatever, probably Wizard Bread's book, no doubt. Okay. That might be true. Okay. That might be true. That might very well be true. Okay. Yeah. It is impossible to know, Wizards. Regardless, the ceasefire is in fact failing. Of course they do, Luke. And that's why I'm saying, I'm not saying Iran, it's not possible Iran is lying. Of course it's possible they're lying. They're a government, okay? They lie. Iran has lied before about things. They are the victims, but that doesn't mean they don't lie. And it's possible they're lying, but I really doubt it. I think it's America lying. So it's like completely impossible for us to tell at this point. Some historian will probably figure it out after looking at some documents 20 years from now, okay? Anyway, or maybe sooner than that. All right. So I'm going to go back here. This looks interesting. I wanted to watch this. This is some guy on Al Jazeera calling, well, Israel just killed another Al Jazeera reporter. That's cute. That's cute. I mean, are we surprised? They've killed more journalists. They've killed more journalists than, the past many wars. Okay. Okay, Claire, yep, the Strait of Hormuz is in fact again closed because of Israel's illegal aggression against Lebanon and their lies about maintaining a ceasefire. So yeah, you can all thank the angelic state of Israel for the end of the ceasefire. Not only can you thank Israel, you can thank Donald J. Trump for not putting his dog on a leash, okay, which he should do, if he cared to. So okay. All right. Okay, so Israel killed another journalist. I mean, it's just a Wednesday. What do you expect? Okay, so all right. Okay, let's watch this guy real fast. I'm just curious. Hello,
well,
Pizza
Israel's
Giant.
Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the military had carried out a surprise attack on Wednesday, targeting hundreds of Hezbollah members right across Lebanon.
Right, Inverted Panda. Guys, don't forget Inverted Panda. Inverted Panda, you reminded me of this. Inverted Panda says ceasefire lost, I guess lasted for, or useful for a few whole minutes. Right. Remember what Trump always says, I've ended like a dozen wars. He always is talking about I've ended 9 wars. I'm going to make it 10. We've gotten to 11 wars ended. Here's another one. I guess Trump has now ended 12 wars, except the 12th war only ended for about, what, 5 minutes? Okay, so good for him. Yay, Nobel Peace Prize winner right there. Okay. Right, valid axiom. Israel. Journalists just spontaneously combust. Chill, guys. Yeah, totally. Okay. According to Israel. Let's continue.
The IDF carried out surprise strike on hundreds of Hezbollah terrorists.
Yeah, didn't know, were those, all those civilians running around with, Kalashnikovs and suicide vests or something? Like, is that why you decided to murder all those civilians? I'm sure they were all terrorists, right? Whatever that means. I think a more apt phrase would be freedom fighters, since they're resisting an illegal occupation from an Israeli force that has been known to do ethnic cleansing, right? Remember, I presented on the Nazis' attack on the Soviet Union? Kind of sounds similar. And I don't think we're going to criticize the Soviets for resisting Hitler, are we? All right. But, those Soviet snipers were terrorists, of course.
Command centers across Lebanon. This is the largest concentrated blow Hezbollah has suffered since Operation Beepers.
Okay, let's bring in Ori Goldberg, who's an Israeli political commentator, joins us now from Tel Aviv. Hi there, Ori. So we've seen this big uptick in violence in Lebanon, not least in Beirut, where we've been seeing...
Again, guys, it is not a coincidence that Israel decided to do an uptick in violence after the ceasefire was signed. Come on, we know it, right? Come on, we know it.
You can see them pictures of ongoing rescue operations being carried out in Beirut. And there are many, Ori, who say that this was all an effort to try and sabotage the deal in Iran. Do you think that theory has legs at all?
Do we really have to call it a theory? I mean, it's so obvious. I mean, I guess we do have to call it a theory, right? But like, so obvious.
To some extent, yeah. I think Israel is desperately trying to show that it controls at least some of the game effectively. But it's not just about sabotaging the deal with Iran. It's about very clear demands as regards domestic politics in Israel. Israel, especially Prime Minister Netanyahu, has to demonstrate to the residents of Israel's north that he's doing his utmost to ensure their security.
By murdering
Israel,
civilians.
everybody knows that
the residents of northern Israel feel threatened by all the mothers of, the mothers of southern Lebanon and their children. So we have to slaughter as many of them as possible because of the threat they pose to Israel. Of course. We all have to feel bad, guys, for the Israelis, the colonizers living in northern Israel, because they are deeply threatened by the civilians of Lebanon.
security means no Arabs in the vicinity.
So from the point of view
Guys,
of
don't forget that Lebanon is where Israel is demanding that all the Shiites leave, and they're allowing the Druze and the Christians to stay in a blatant act of ethnic cleansing, which honestly, the Druze and the Christians should realize that they're going to be next. But okay.
Netanyahu and his position as prime minister, is it weakened by a ceasefire being called between Iran and the United States?
Of course he is. He bet everything he had on Trump staying the course, going all the way, attacking Iran, either dismantling the Islamic Republic or causing enough destruction or going directly after the nuclear material.
Of course, invalid.
None of that actually happened. Israel was given leeway and the ability to bomb Iran incessantly. The Americans bombed from the sea and to some extent from the air. Israel met with very little resistance because Iran doesn't effectively have an air force. And the Iranian Navy, which was apparently destroyed, is now cordoning the Straits of Hormuz.
I didn't even think about that. Didn't Trump say we destroyed the Iranian Navy, and yet they're already doing another blockade of the Strait of Hormuz? Oh my God, the comedy writes itself, folks. Dear God, the comedy writes itself.
And has brought the President of the United States to agree to a joint taxing operation, the profits of which will pay for Iran's reconstruction. So I dare say, I think, Netanyahu lost.
Do you think there is a danger that a ceasefire could be put in jeopardy by these ongoing attacks that are taking place within Lebanon by Israel?
Of course it does, in your groove. If his mouth is moving, it's a lie. You can never trust a word Donald Trump says, which is why I definitely don't trust that he didn't know the agreement they were talking about with Iran.
Well, I think it now depends on the international community. I know that's a pejorative phrase almost, but I think much depends on the international community, because what Israel is doing in Lebanon is patently illegal. And it also really, not that it matters, but
cares,
it has
right?
absolutely no military
Got to become international law. I mean, what is that? That's not a thing. We're America, guys. God bless us. God bless these United States. We spread freedom and democracy everywhere. We have no need for something like international law, right? Who cares? And our little puppet state can do whatever it wants, okay? Because we, mighty America, will protect them.
rationale, because if Israel can do this now, why didn't it do it beforehand? And why does it have to
Right,
strike 100 targets in a minute? This is a pyrotechnics show meant to demonstrate Israel's effectiveness while ultimately demonstrating its despair.
Correct,
And
inverted.
the only entity that can stop it is the international community that will defend Lebanon's sovereign rights, which have been violated for decades but are now almost non-existent. If the world chooses to intervene,
Yeah. So, okay. So first of all, the world won't intervene. I know that sounds dark, but come on. I get it. He's right. If the world intervenes, that'd be great. It's not going to happen though, unfortunately, because America's a superpower. People don't want to step on our toes. A lot of European nations are sort of also pawns of Israel in a lot of ways, or obedient to Israel in the United States. Now, they have resisted a little bit, but not enough. Nothing's going to happen, unfortunately. Um, Alas, the United States could unilaterally essentially stop Israel's war right now if we wanted to. It would take one phone call. You call Netanyahu, you say, that's it, no more funding. No more funding unless you stop the war. And then, by the way, you should permanently end the funding anyway. But we'll never do that, right? Because it's a giant military base for the U.S. empire. Anyway, so, and our politicians are bribed by AIPAC. Yeah, no, I know, J-Mac, but, like, what have they really done for us, J-Mac? Like, what has Israel done? Oh, I see what you're saying, J-Mac. I love how little Israel respects us, considering how much we've done for this. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, there you go, invalid axiom. Like, literally, you hear people say that. Okay. What was I about to say? I lost my train of thought. Hey, Blake, welcome back, Blake. Glad to see you here, Blake. Okay. So, Philly cheese, to answer your question. Okay, yeah, it is in your groove. To answer your question, Philly cheese, what is actually happening? The IDF says they won't abide by the ceasefire. Yeah, they are refusing to abide by the Lebanon portion of the ceasefire, which is purposely done in order to sink the ceasefire, because Netanyahu and his Nazi cronies want to continue the war. So they are purposely sinking it. And they decided to do the most violent and worst bombing of Lebanon right after the ceasefire ended. So now Iran has now reclosed the Strait of Hormuz. Missiles are once again flying back and forth. So yeah, the ceasefire is effectively over. Meanwhile, the United States government has come out and said, well, the 10 points that Iran said we were talking about aren't the ones they gave us. So it looks like everyone's trying to shatter the ceasefire in what can best be described as a humiliating defeat for Trump that I'm all here for, because fuck him. Alas, I do feel bad for the Iranian people that they're going to have to continue to suffer. But anyway, this is horrific. I would really like peace. That'd be nice. But a just peace, please. And I think Iran should keep demanding more justice in this peace than they are currently getting. Okay.
And there's reason to assume that might happen, because I think Trump has written Netanyahu off as a liability, and that means in Lebanon, not just in Iran and in Palestine. But I don't know. It could go the other way. If the world intervenes, Israel will stop.
Yeah, right, Blake. It's like, Blake, is the sky blue? Is the grass green? Of course he did, right? I'm joking with you, Blake, but yeah, right? Of course he completely buggered it.
This has already been proven. As far as Israelis go, the war with Iran is over, and we're going back to normal tomorrow.
Netanyahu has said that operations in Lebanon will continue, but he quite often ups the ante directly before a ceasefire. How do you read it?
It's all he has left. He's a degenerate gambler who has absolutely nothing in terms of chips and has to go double or nothing constantly. As you say, not just upping the ante, but risking everything he has.
Is this guy in Israel? I like his earrings, by the way. Is he in Israel? That's pretty, I know, shocking, right, Blake? Is this guy in Israel because he knows a lot about Israel and stuff? I'm just curious if anyone knows.
He bet it all on...
Oh, he's in Tel Aviv. He is. He's in Tel Aviv. Okay. Honestly, guys, Brave of him. Brave of him to say out loud in Israel that Netanyahu is a degenerate gambler. He could be beaten up in the streets because Israel is not a real democracy. It's a ethno-state that has democratic forms, but really doesn't like dissent in a lot of ways.
Trump, he lost. He thought he could keep Trump on a short leash. He messed that up as well. So now what he has is Lebanon, which has been Israel's favorite stomping ground in terms of sovereignty violation and aggression generally. And really now it's up to the international community about whether it intervenes. Although I think you're right. I don't think Netanyahu is going to go all the way. I don't think he's going to destroy southern Lebanon. I think he really is desperate. I think he's waiting for the other shoe to drop.
What does international community intervention even look like, given that Benjamin Netanyahu seems to have no regard at all for the rules of war or of engagement, indeed?
Of course not.
Good question. I doubt it has anything to do with the rules of war, but it has plenty to do with sanctions. It has plenty to do with the European Union negatively reviewing Israel's Articles of Association. It has everything to do with a continuous cold shoulder from Washington, D.C. If this happens, I don't think Israel can keep doing this alone. I think this was very directly done for political reasons, not so much in Lebanese context, but in an Israeli context. So Israelis won't stop this. This is now seen even by Israelis as a partisan political battle. As long as that's the case, Israelis won't stop this. Sanctions are required. Trial proceedings, or at the very least inquiries.
How dare you,
discussions in international legal tribunals, and the willingness that I think has proven itself of global leaders to basically stand up to Israel. I will be surprised if we don't see
French amazing, President Blake.
Macron,
so glad.
For example, step in.
All right, thank you.
Okay. So that's an interesting take there. Guys, for those that are joining us, I decided to stream today. Normally, I don't stream on Wednesdays because I was going to get surgery. That surgery was canceled, and I don't have any other plans today because I had all my plans canceled for the surgery. So I decided to stream a little bit and figure out what's going on with the ceasefire that is rapidly collapsing. So thank you, everyone who's here. If you like the content, by the way, please join our Discord. It is linked at the top of both the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. If you join our Discord, you can recommend videos for me to react to on live stream. If you do click the Discord link and it doesn't work, let me know. I know in your groove. So they already did the first part of the procedure. I thought this was going to be the second part, but in the end, they just did a X-ray, even though the message they sent me said that today is your surgery. So I'm like, okay, so they just did an X-ray. Now I have to wait till April 14th to get the actual surgery. But regardless, whatever. It's okay. I'm okay with it. At least I don't have to be in pain right now, and I can be here with all of you. So I decided to stream a bit and try and figure out what the hell's going on. Yeah, you knew it, Blake. Okay, so meanwhile, guys, so please do join our Discord, and if you like the content, become a member on YouTube or subscribe on Twitch using Amazon Prime for free. Yeah, it isn't that far away in your groove, that's for sure. Okay, all right. So we're just trying to figure out what the hell is happening with the ceasefire, because things are changing very rapidly. Yeah, so we now have CNN confirmation. This is already confirmed. Iran has reclosed the Strait of Hormuz. Are you still here, JMac? How's the stock market looking? No, so okay, it's mouth surgery. It's a tooth implant because I have to get it because my teeth are shifting, and so I have to get an implant to stop my teeth from getting all messed up. But JMac, they're reclosing the Strait of Hormuz. So that might make the stock market drop again. I'm just curious, guys. Yeah, my mouth is broken. I have lots of weirds. I have lots of weird mouth stuff. Yep, it's starting to go back down a little bit. Not by much, but it's going back down. I can see it shifting downward a little bit. But we'll see if that stays the same. Not by much, though. Actually, no, it's just stabilizing. Yep, it's cresting, and it's starting to go down a little bit, but that news did just come out, so we'll see what happens. Okay. Maybe reduce the BJs. Thank you. How dare you, Matt Sai Guy? I love BJs. It's a great store. Okay, it's a great store where you can get groceries. All right. Literally, there's a store near me called BJ's, and it's a store. It's like a grocery store. But anyway, I don't know what you're talking about, Matt Sai Guy. All right, so let's see here. Dow is how dare you, Drusilla? Hello. Thank you, thank you, JMac. All right, Trump failed. Dow is holding strong right now, still at about 2.5% gain for the day. Okay, thank you, Trump failed. So the strength of a last-minute ceasefire deal is being tested after President Donald Trump and Iran portrayed it as a victory for their nations. Oh my God. Inverted Panda, that's a good one. Inverted Panda says, I hope you go into the store and not behind it. Inverted Panda, I'm making enough money doing this stream, okay? At some point I might need to consider other options, but right now I'm doing fine, all right? There you go. That's true, Body Swap. It's also that it is also a place you can go to get good food, all right? Anyway, so we Oh, wait. You guys are going to love this. I know you love this. It looks like Caroline Leavitt might be holding a press conference. Our favorite Nazi Barbie. Yay. Caroline Leavitt. Oopsie. There's the code for the page. I don't know how that happened. Caroline Leavitt. Yay. White House press briefing. Yay. Okay, we're going to watch the White House press briefing. To torture all of you to see what the White House is saying about this so-called ceasefire.
Iran has agreed to open the Strait of Hormuz, and as the president said, we have received a proposal from the Iranians that has been determined to be a workable basis on which to negotiate. I've seen a lot of inaccurate coverage today from the media about these negotiations and these plans already, so let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false. With the president's deadline fast approaching and the United States military completely decimated.
Okay, then what is the deal that they agreed to? What are the 10 points that they agreed to discuss? Because the White House hasn't provided an alternative set of 10 points.
Mating Iran with each passing hour, the regime acknowledged reality to the negotiating team. They put forward a more reasonable and entirely different and condensed plan to the president and his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment in Iran, have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept 100%. An Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. The president will only make a deal that serves in the best interests of the United States of America. And he as a negotiating team will...
Okay, guys, bear with me. Wouldn't it be nice? I honestly wouldn't mind if it turns out Iran is lying and they're just trying to humiliate Trump to make it look like he got a ceasefire just to shoot it down. That'd be kind of cool. I'd appreciate that a lot. I doubt that's what happened, but I would deeply appreciate that if that's the case. You could imagine them doing that, like playing ignorant, like we thought you liked this deal, knowing that he would then declare victory and then very quickly lose, which would be fun. Hello, Louise. So glad you're here. But I don't know. Just a side note.
Focus on this effort over the next 2 weeks, so long as the Strait of Hormuz remains open with no limitations or delays. These extraordinarily...
By the way, guys, can we have a waterway called the Gay of something, like the Gay of Sana'a? Or like the Gay of Malacca. This is super homophobic that they have something called a Strait of Hormuz. That's kind of, I know that's a bad joke. It's a kind of a dad joke. Whatever.
Sensitive and complex negotiations will take place behind closed doors over the course of the next 2 weeks. I would strongly advise the media against running with narratives that have no basis in fact. What Iran says publicly or feeds to all of you in the press is much different than what they communicate to the United States, the president, and his team privately. Never underestimate President Trump's ability to successfully advance America's interests and broker peace.
There you go. The gays of Hormuz remain my top priority. The Gay of Hormuz happens on the boats. There you go. Matt Saigai, this is why you were fired. Terrible jokes. How dare you, Matt Saigai? In SoCal, the Gay of whatever could be Lizzie Graham. Correct.
President
Shut
Trump
up, Matt
has a
Saigai.
proven track record of achieving good deals on behalf of the United States
and
the American people. And he will only accept one that puts America first. With that, I will take your questions today. I'm sure you have a lot of them. In our new media seat, we have Shane Harris with the AMAC Newsline. Shane, thank you for being here. Why don't you kick us off?
Yeah, thanks for
Okay, one of these days, she's going to be like in our new media seat. We have a representative from Stormfront News. Some of you will get that joke.
having me, Caroline. Two questions for you. First, following the president's announcement of the ceasefire, if this is indeed the end of hostilities in Iran, what is the president's message to the American people about what was achieved for our country through Operation Epic Fury?
Thank you, Ivana.
I think I just laid out a significant portion of that in my opening remarks. 6 weeks ago, the president looked the American people in the eye directly, and he told them that he launched this operation to take out the imminent threat that was posed by Iran. And that threat has now been greatly destroyed. Their navy, their missiles, their defense industrial...
I'm sorry. I know. I'm being nitpicky, but as a teacher, I hate how all of them are constantly using adjectives like too much. Like they have been greatly destroyed. You could just say they've been destroyed. Like, why do we always need to add a greatly or bigly or largely or best, greatest, largest, best of all time, greatest? Like, it's because obviously he has a small penis, and so everything he says is has to include some word that compensates for the obvious lack of size he has elsewhere. I probably shouldn't say that, but you know, I mean, come on.
Base and their desire and their plan to build a nuclear bomb inside their country is no longer going to be allowed, can no longer happen, thanks to the remarkable success of Operation Epic Fury over the course of the last 38 days. That has been absolutely achieved, and now we're moving into the next phase of this, which is a negotiating period to put some fine points on this and to hopefully broker an agreement that can achieve long-term peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, and then second, what is the president's message to American seniors who have a much higher voter participation rate and they're likely to be a key swing vote in the midterm elections?
Well, the president loves our seniors across the country.
Oh my God, why are we talking about America's senior? I mean, yeah, we should, but I'm just saying, well, there's a war. By the way, this would be a great bit for a TV show. Like you talk about, we're currently holding ceasefire talks, and in the background you can see missiles hitting buildings, and like you see like body parts flying everywhere, being like, oh, in the midst of our ceasefire talks, which are going very well, you can see like missiles dropping in the background, because clearly this is what she's doing. The missiles are still flying back and forth, folks, and Iran has already reclosed the Strait of Hormuz.
And as you know, the president signed the One Big Beautiful Bill, the working
Oh, you're right. It is an adverb. God damn it, SoCal. How dare you humiliate me in front of the class?
Tax cut last year, which greatly reduced taxes on Social Security for our seniors. In fact, thanks to the Working Families Tax Cut, nearly 90% of seniors will no longer pay tax on their Social Security. That's a huge win for our seniors and also for our middle class and working families across the country with the no tax on tips provision and the no tax on overtime. Next week is tax week. You'll hear a lot from the president about how his policies have benefited the American people, and I'm proud to report that the president will be traveling next week to the great states of Nevada and Arizona to tout this historic accomplishment over the course of the next week. Thank you for being here, Shane. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Iranian state
Fuck
media
you,
is
SoCal.
saying that Iran has now closed off the Strait of Hormuz today in response to Israeli
Yep.
attacks on Lebanon. What's the White House response to that? And you just listed many military successes. I understand that. But strategically, how is the administration arguing that Iran does not have more economic leverage than it did before the start of the war?
Sure. Well, with respect to the first reporting out of Iranian state media, the president was made aware of those reports before I came to the podium. That is completely unacceptable. And again, this is the case
Right from
of
Vail.
what they're saying publicly is different privately. We have seen an uptick of traffic in the Strait today, and I will reiterate the president's expectation and demand that the Strait of Hormuz is reopened immediately, quickly, and safely. That is his expectation. It has been relayed to him privately.
Guys.
That is what's taking place, and these reports publicly are false.
Caroline, the president
Really? Okay, this is interesting, folks. What do we think is going on here? Okay, seriously, I'm asking you. Why is the American government claiming that the claims that Iran has closed the strait are false? It could be that it is actually false, or something else is going on. 1 second, guys. All right, folks. So we do have my dad just showed up, and he knows we are watching. So we got Papa Revolt on here now. He knows we're watching Caroline Levitt. Give me a second, Dad. I'm gonna find a second thing here. 1 second, guys.
So
Excuse me, Dad. They can hear you if you want to chat
yes,
with them.
I'm going to say, so Caroline Levitt. Goebbels' alter ego.
On a side note, Dad, so I don't know if you heard, Iran reportedly has closed the Strait of Hormuz again because of Israel. But Caroline Levitt is reporting that that is not true and that the strait is still open.
Of course they're going to say that.
Yeah, so like it's very weird. We're not sure what the hell is happening because so much nonsense and lies, etc.
Both sides.
Both sides. So I mean, well, I don't know who's lying. I'm
saying,
guessing. I would guess the American government is, but
that would be my guess.
Yeah.
'Cause
Okay.
It would make Trump look bad if it hasn't been opened.
Yeah. So I'll keep the mic right here, Dad. So just kind of talk towards it because we'll share the same mic. So we're going to continue to watch what she's saying. Here we go.
Threatened that a whole civilization would die if a ceasefire deal wasn't reached, understanding that Iranian leaders have previously said death to America. But why is it appropriate for the President of the United States to use that kind of language when talking about civilian targets? And was the President mocking Islam by signing off his True Social post over the weekend, praise be to Allah? Wouldn't that antagonize Muslim allies across the world?
Yeah, no shit.
Well, I understand the questions about the president's rhetoric, but what the president cares most about is results. And in fact, his very tough rhetoric and his tough negotiating style is what has led to the result that you are all witnessing today. Iran publicly acknowledging last night that they have agreed or that they wanted this ceasefire with the United States because they no longer could tolerate being bombed by our very powerful and lethal military. That they have committed to the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz, which the president will hold them accountable for, and it's something the administration is closely monitoring in real time. Danny.
Should the world not take his word seriously?
The world should take his word very seriously and
Now that's the funny one, folks. The biggest liar in American history, probably.
Yeah, and I want to point out too, if anybody ever thought that he hadn't committed war crimes, when he made those threats, my God, did he? I mean, there shouldn't be a question at all about him threatening really serious war crimes here, number one. And number two, as I turned toward my son, as we were, looking at what he said, it's like, my God, if there ever was a Hitlerian thing that Trump did, which he's done a lot, that really does it. I mean, it's like the false narrative that he put out about Poland, and then, we're going to crush you and all that stuff. I mean, that is just so Hitlerian. And anybody that wants to argue that with me, go ahead, because you'll be wrong.
Correct.
That the president is always most interested in results. And it was the Iranians who backed down, not President Trump. He said that they would face very grave consequences, as you just laid out, by the 8 p.m. deadline if they did not agree to reopening the Strait of Hormuz. And what did they do last night? They agreed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Danny.
She avoided that question.
Would President Trump like to see Lebanon included in this peace deal? Because as you know, there have been increased Israeli strikes on Lebanon today with dozens of casualties there.
Sure. Lebanon is not part of the ceasefire. That has been relayed to all parties involved in this.
That is not true. Even Pakistan came out and said the original deal included Lebanon. So this, of course, is a lie from the Trump administration. And guys, like the group here that does not have a reason to lie is Pakistan. They are the third-party mediators. And they came out and said, no, Lebanon was part of the deal. So this is the Trump administration stepping back, lying again, okay, and lying from what's been said before.
Ceasefire. As you know, Prime Minister Netanyahu put out a statement last night in support of the ceasefire, in support of the United States' efforts, and he's also assured the president they'll continue to be a helpful partner throughout the course of the next 2 weeks.
Is there any thought, though, that the president might like to see Lebanon included at a future date, given that it seems to be causing or potentially undermining the Iran ceasefire?
Again, this will continue to be discussed, I am sure, between the President and Prime Minister Netanyahu, the United States and Israel, and all of the parties involved. But at this point in time, they're not included in the ceasefire deal. Jeff.
Oh, such liars.
Caroline, will the U.S. take part in talks with Iran in Islamabad on Friday?
I can announce that the President is dispatching his negotiating team, led by the Vice President of the United States, J.D.
God
Vance,
help us
Special
all.
Envoy Witkoff, and Mr. Kushner to Islamabad for talks this weekend. The
Oh,
first round of
Kushner.
those talks
Guys,
will take
don't you
place
just love
on Saturday
the amount of like nepotistic corruption that like the son-in-law of Donald Trump is like a massive figure now? Hilarious.
morning local
And
time.
he's an idiot.
You did, Invalid Axiom. You did call Kushner.
And we know we look forward to those in-person meetings.
What role does the president see for the U.S. in monitoring or helping with the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
I think the president commented on that this morning. We're going to continue to monitor it very, very closely. We will be helpful in any way that we can, but we fully expect Iran to do this, and the president has made that quite clear as well. It's, again, as his statement said last night, this ceasefire is subject to the safe reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, this was just determined last night. We understand things take time, but that's the president's expectation, and he will hold everyone to it. Sure. in
You're
the
right,
green,
Matt
please.
Saiga.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure. And then in
Hold the
front of you.
president
But
to
Andrew,
war
you can go
crimes,
ahead.
okay?
All right.
Do
You're not
that.
wearing a green blazer. You can-
Unfortunately, though, Dad, admittedly, that would mean like the past 10 presidents, we should all be indicted on war crimes, but okay.
Well, let's take the worst of them and make the example.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
It's a little brown to me, but go ahead.
And admittedly, guys, I think they all should be tried for war crimes, right? So I'm not saying that, you know, well, because they all have done it, that we shouldn't, no one should be charged. They all should be done, but yes.
Fair enough. Regarding the president's rhetoric, when the U.S. invaded Iraq in 2003, George W. Bush said in a message to the Iraqi people that the military campaign was directed, quote, against the lawless...
Guys, real fast, Dad, you notice how she always does this duck face?
Yes.
Like she's always like...
Yep. That's her serious look.
Is that, what is that called? What is it called? Dad?
Called Send in the Clowns.
Okay, that's fair. I was
No.
gonna say I'm gay. I should know this. You know, you're straight.
don't
You
know
probably
what
don't
it's
know it. But
called.
like, what do you call when you fill your lips with crap? What is it called? I don't know. I don't care. I know.
Eating shit?
I know it's kind of a pointless
No.
thing, but it's just funny to me. How she's always like.
That's her serious.
She probably is permanently puckering her lips because of how much she has to kiss Donald Trump's ass. It's kind of just filler. She constantly has to it's called Blue Steel. Hilarious. Zoolander.
Oh.
Yeah, it has to. Yeah, exactly. Just like what my dad's doing. Yeah. We need anyway. So yeah.
Men who rule your country and not against you. Yesterday, the president threatened to destroy Iran's civilization, the entire civilization.
Gotcha.
Not the Iranian government, but the Iranian civilization, the Iranian people. The U.S. has been a moral leader for most of its history by fighting wars against other governments, not against...
Can we just, Dad, we might disagree on this. Big disagree that the United States has been a quote-unquote moral leader, okay? I think we can all think of a lot of examples where that's not the case, right? All right.
I can think of some too that were the case.
Well, we can debate about this later. Well, just so we don't get too far behind.
Civilizations. How can the president claim that America can ever have the moral high ground if he's threatening to destroy civilizations and not casting wars?
She won't answer this.
Of course
she won't
against
directly.
other governments.
Her lips are
Andrew,
pursing
I think
even
we
more.
should take a look at the actions of this president over the course of the past 6 weeks and the actions of our brave men and women in our United States military who have taken out essentially taken out the military of a rogue Islamic regime that has chanted death to America for 47 years, that has killed and maimed thousands of American soldiers over the course of the last 5 decades. The president absolutely has the moral high ground over the Iranian terrorist regime, and for you to even suggest otherwise is frankly insulting.
He must be God. Of course, and God wouldn't do that.
Yeah.
But then if Trump is God, then I guess he would do that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, guys, and as always, I say, guys, I know my dad will disagree. That's okay. But, like, America's the biggest terrorist state on the planet, and so is Israel, right? Like, constantly bombing other countries, drone strikes, blowing up children, bombing wedding parties accidentally, and things like that. I'd classify that as terroristic violence. And so it's always funny that we like to use the word terrorist to describe countries like Iran when we have called far more deaths all over the world than Iran ever has. Ever has. Iran has never launched a war of aggression against any of its neighbors. Yeah, they have proxies, but America has killed far more innocent people across the globe than Iran has ever done, okay, in its time as a country. So is Israel, far more, but they're the terrorists, apparently. All right.
Respect, Caroline,
Go ahead.
with all due respect,
Go ahead.
there is
Just given what we've seen in Lebanon today and the increased attacks from Israel, I mean, is there any concern that Netanyahu is trying to kill the ceasefire?
The president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu last night. In that private conversation, Prime Minister.
Sorry, is he going to speak to these people today? Because she keeps referring to conversations they had last night. But this morning, we've already heard that Israel's launching a massive attack on Lebanon. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, and missiles are flying back and forth. So has he just not talked to them since then? And he's like hoping that everything's okay?
Netanyahu relayed exactly what he said to the world publicly, that he supports the president, and Israel remains a key ally and partner to the United States. They've been a tremendous partner over the course of the past 6 weeks, and we thank them for their heroic efforts as well. The president had that conversation last night, and that was relayed to the world publicly as well. Reagan, go ahead.
Caroline, I have a question.
Reagan?
On Iran, and I have a question on the Dignity Act as well. On Iran, it's been reported that the ceasefire was struck after the involvement of two unlikely factors, J.D. Vance and China. What role did those parties play in striking a deal?
Well, Vice President Vance has played a very significant and a key role in this since the very beginning. Of course, he's the president's right-hand man. He is the vice president of the United States. He's been involved in all of these discussions, and as I just announced, he'll be leading this new phase of negotiations in Islamabad later this week. With respect to China, there were conversations that took place between top levels of our government and China's government. The president has great respect for President Xi and a great working relationship with him and with that country, and he looks forward to visiting China in just a few weeks.
And on the Dignity Act, it's getting a fresh push through Congress. It would give some illegal immigrants in the country a path to citizenship.
Okay, I want to hear about the war.
What's the position on this legislation, and would the president sign it if it made it to his desk?
Honestly, Reagan, I haven't spoken to the president about the legislation, but I will have that conversation, and we'll get you our formal position on it as soon as we can.
Okay, weirdly enough, the first time in my life I've sided with Caroline Levitt and been like, I bet she's been a bit busy talking about the war that's happening. But anyway, I get it. They have to ask these questions.
Go ahead.
The president suggested in an interview this morning that he would support a joint U.S.-Iranian venture to charge tolls for ships going through the strait. Does the president believe that the U.S. should earn revenue from the Strait of Hormuz going forward?
It's an idea the president has floated, as you know, and it's something that will continue to be discussed over the course of the next 2 weeks. But the immediate priority of the president is the reopening of the strait without any limitations, whether in the form of tolls or otherwise.
Not saving and helping people.
Okay. Has Iran given the administration any indication that it would simply turn over the enriched uranium, or is this an expectation that the president has that he would have to send in ground troops in order to do that?
This is on the top of the priority list for the president and his negotiating team as they head into this next round of discussions. And as I said in my opener, that is a red line that the president is not going to back away from, and he's committed to ensuring that takes place. We hope it will be through diplomacy.
Have they given any indication that they would turn it over?
They have.
Louise Dad asks, why should the U.S. be paid tolls on the Straits of Hormuz? Louise, excellent question. They shouldn't be. Okay, it's not our goddamn strait. We're nowhere near it. We have no reason to collect tolls there. Iran is currently collecting tolls because of this war, and they're forcing people to pay in Chinese currency or in Bitcoin, because they're trying to recoup their losses after we bombed the shit out of them. But why the hell? That's just an imperial move. That's just like we want to profit off of trade in the Strait of Hormuz, so we're going to tax anyone who goes through there.
Now, I want to say that the U.S., starting with, let's see here, post-American Revolution, we didn't have much of a navy at all, but we adopted the line of, we're all about freedom of seas. You can see it into the in the Declaration of Independence, because it mentions that, because Britain ruled the seas. And so there is a history of us trying to enforce that, sometimes good, sometimes bad. But it's been during the height of the empire building, especially post U.S. Civil War, that it became a money issue then too, in terms of, we'll build this and people have to pay tolls or something, or we'll take this. But
what does the Strait of Hormuz have to do with any of that, though, Dan? Nothing.
Because now, no, it does.
No, but as in, why would we tax the America?
What I'm saying is that because what I was going to say next was that now he's saying that the U.S. has come along and we're demanding freedom of the seas, but you got to pay us for it.
Yes, but that's not freedom of the seas.
No, that isn't.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I got
He's
you.
corrupting that whole issue.
I got you. Okay, yeah.
That's just.
Yeah. It's just like, what the hell are we doing? That's just imperialism. That's just, we want to control the seas. We get to charge people for it. Yeah, for sure. Gluteal Myalgia says, hello, Casual Revolt. My father-in-law claims there is no negotiating with Muslims because they're crazy people. That's a funny thing, Dad. I'm sure you could make a comment on this, but you know who's the crazy person in this situation? It ain't Iran. Okay, at this point, the crazy person is Donald J. Trump. All right. So yeah, clearly Muslims are human beings, folks. Muslims are human beings, just like anyone else. All right. It doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Christian, Jewish, atheist, whatever it may be. Okay. Yeah. I'm sorry that your father-in-law is an Islamophobe and a racist, probably.
Now, I want to point out, we're making sweeping statements here too. There are some Muslim countries whose leadership are bad. Horrible,
but not because they're Muslim.
Nasty.
Yeah.
Not because they're Muslim. Putin claims to be a fervent Christian. He's bad and nasty. I mean, that's a fact. Orban. He's not a good guy, and he's a Christian. So, I could go both ways on this. It's you got to look at the leadership, because you can't lump everybody in under the leadership.
Yep. And to be honest, Iran has been more rational than the United States has in a lot of ways in how it's done things. That's my opinion. If you look at the history of it, Iran has been the one that's always made concessions and stuff, and the United States and Israel have always been the ones that have resorted to bombing and things like that. So I'd say in a lot of ways, the Iranian regime is more rational and more sane than the United States, and especially more than Israel. Okay. Iran is not doing an ethnic cleansing or genocide. But hey,
they're just killing off protesters. That's different.
No, it is different, actually. They're not doing like a mass genocidal violence against an entire group of people. And yeah, the Iranian regime is authoritarian, that's for sure. But that when it comes to a lot of other things, they're more rational. By the way, our government has killed protesters, but not as many as Iran has, obviously. But regardless, it's beside the point, because they still don't deserve to be bombed or anything for all that. But anyway, okay. Shall we continue, guys? Anyone have a question? So here we got another one, Dad. If you can't do the imperialism on land, see here, Mr. King K. CR, don't you know the Strait of Hormuz is our eastern hemisphere, so we have to control it, right? Okay, if you valid axiom, if you can't do imperialism on land, why not water? Exactly. J Mac, when I was a kid, I thought people were saying human beings instead of human beings. J Mac, what a waste of my time to read that comment. Okay, get out of here, J Mac. Get out of here. Right.
Be cooked and eaten.
Okay, true. Dex Stewart, my mom is Muslim and crazy, but those are two separate things. Hilarious, Dex. Drizella, I learn new things here every day. Sarcasm. There you go, Drizella. Okay. I got some new books, CR. Oh, tell me, Dubois. Tell me about them. J-Mac, stop crying. Everyone ready? Shall we continue, Father? Shall we continue? All right.
Yes. Trevor.
The latest news out of Iran is that the air defenses have been activated in several cities, including Isfahan, and that explosions have been heard in Isfahan. Who is bombing Iran right now?
Were those reports just as of a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
Okay, so obviously I'll have to go back and check with the national security team. I'm standing out here with all of you.
And be told what lie to tell, okay? Yeah, I got to get the lie right.
Yeah. Like, she literally sounds like she might not know what's happening at this very moment.
But we're not going to get the truth out of her.
No.
And I can understand
you're right.
if she doesn't.
No, you're right, Dad. She would lie either way. But it's also a sign of incompetence that because we know a lot of this stuff she's talking about is not true right now. We know that they've closed the Strait of Hormuz. We know, and yet she still doesn't know the answers. She's very conveniently uninformed. Dad, Tiago here says, can Papa Revolt say Shrek is love, Shrek is life? It's okay. It doesn't mean anything bad. It's just
It says what?
So you have to say Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
Shrek is love, Shrek is life.
Yeah. So Tiago has basically created a cult in the chat that worships Shrek, and so it's just a stupid. And JMac is one of the cultists. Okay, so he wanted to. Yeah, I personally am a follower of. I personally am a follower of Gazoo, the sky whale, who I think is a much better deity.
Now wait a minute. If I'm going to say that about Shrek, then I'm going to say I am a follower too, but you got to call me Donkey.
Yeah, okay, there we go. No, LaCroix, the cheeseburger cult doesn't exist anymore. We have officially suppressed the cheeseburger cult. Okay, you rarely hear about the cheeseburger cult anymore. Its followers are disbanding. I know my dad's very sad about that. Okay, anyway, shall we continue?
And I would just add to that point.
Thank you,
Again, I
Doug.
haven't seen these reports. I'm not verifying them. Not that I don't trust you, Trevor, but I want to go back and check with the experts here at the White House. I would just say, and I would echo what the Vice President said this morning. This is a fragile.
Paul Squaw, don't say, guys. I am banning calling on the cheeseburgers anymore. We have officially launched. Gazoo has officially called for an inquisition against the cheeseburger cult. So I will be collecting evidence against all of you, and there will be torture and burnings alive. So please, I recommend
burn my cheeseburger.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, see, I'm more of an extremist member of the Gazoo cult, so that's what I'm promoting. Anyway,
Well, remember that next time you ask me to grill out cheeseburgers, I'll give you the darkest one.
Fragile by nature. We've seen this with respect to the 12-day war with Iran and Israel last year. It takes time sometimes for these ceasefires to be fully effectuated. And one of the results of Operation Epic Fury was we completely dismantled Iran's command and control center, which makes it difficult for them to pass messages up and down.
See, guys, now I believe her. I've told you guys that one of my concerns was that the IRGC had a diffuse command and control structure, and a lot of their communication had been destroyed. So the government's having trouble convincing these local commanders to stop attacking. And she just said that, which is why the Trump administration might be sort of, even though they were still some Iranian missiles were still being fired off last night, they might be willing to kind of ignore it because they understand that they're the reason for it.
No.
What?
No. They're not going to understand it because there might be a reason for it. Trump's going to understand it because if the other thing is we go back to attacking Iran, which means he'll get more negative press and he won't be our savior. So he's willing to ignore it to make himself look good.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes. But the point is that
his butt?
If he thought Iran was humiliating him by continuing to fire, he would definitely start bombing them again.
No, not humiliating him.
Yeah, that would be humiliating. If they started bombing and he's like, oh, no, we're in a ceasefire. We're holding it to our end of the deal, and Iran wasn't doing it.
No, it's more or less his popularity here.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you got this great peace deal, but then look.
I never said it was a great peace deal, but I don't know what you're saying, but okay, that's fine. I'm saying that I think the American government understood, at least they're not going to jump immediately at Iranian missiles, partially because of that. Because
the sane ones in our government will think that.
Okay, well, all right.
And so we
I'll say
understand
what
that.
sane
I
ones.
would caution a little bit of patience, but of course we want to see the ceasefire effectuated and abided by all parties as quickly as possible.
We need to win the midterms.
Presidential administrations, going back to Ronald Reagan, have said this formulation about nuclear war, that a nuclear war cannot be won and must never be fought. Is that still the view of this administration, given the president's comments about civilization?
I have no change in our view on that policy.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm just, given the gravity of what he said yesterday, what was your understanding of what he meant when he said, this civilization is going to be eliminated?
I think it was a very, very strong threat from the President of the United States that led the Iranian regime to cave to their knees and ask for a ceasefire and agree to
That was us on our knees, by the way. I want to point that out.
reopening the Strait of Hormuz. So it was a very strong threat that led to results. And as the Secretary of War stated at the Pentagon this morning. It was not an empty threat by any means. The Pentagon had a target list that they were ready to hit go on at 8 p.m. last night if the Iranian regime had not agreed to open the strait, which they did, and I think that's something we should all be grateful for.
Iran says they have.
Leader in the world, given that
I was asked this exact
Well, they
same
did, but then they
question by your
closed it
colleague
again
Andrew
after
in the
Israel
back,
started.
And I think, again, the insinuation by anyone in this room that Iran somehow has the moral high ground over the United States of America is insulting, considering the atrocities that they have, committed against our people and our military over the past 5 decades.
Let's do a fun thing here, guys. Post in chat some of the atrocities America has committed. Let's put that in chat. Okay, let's see a list, because I bet it would be hard for you to list many that Iran has done, and I'm sure you can list tons that America has done. Just curious.
One thing, though, Iranians, because we don't really know their history and their recent history, and if you live in the U.S., you know, and I could make a big list. Both sides, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Although
we
the
don't
U.S.
have
would
time.
be bigger.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
Bigger military, bigger atrocities.
Far more crimes all over the
Presidents
world.
have a habit, and leaders all across the country.
Yes, we can, Dubois.
The
the banana wars. There's one. Okay. We've overthrown regimes everywhere.
Anybody with an extremely powerful military, whether it's real or not, if the leadership believes it, they'll use it.
Right. Well, yeah, but Dad.
Damn it.
But Dad, listen. So you're saying that, like, for example, the British Empire, they had a larger military, so that doesn't affect that they're less morally. That doesn't mean, though. So that excuses them being less morally good if they have a larger military.
No, I'm not saying that it's an excuse.
Okay. Well, but you're seeming to say, well, no, Iran is morally worse than the United States.
I did not say that.
Okay, well, that's what we're arguing about. That's what she said, and I'm saying the United States has done more attacks and is a big terrorist country and is
I
more
never
moral.
said it's worse. I did not say that.
Okay. Just good. I thought that's what you said. All right. Okay. There you go. I love that. Colombia. There you go. Inverted Panda. Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Jersey Shore. Yeah, those are really hard ones, aren't they? Okay. Hawaii, Bolivia, Cuba, Venezuela, Ecuador, Afghanistan. Exactly. Okay. We could go on for hours. Vietnam.
Panama.
All right. Panama. Nicaragua. What we did to the Native Americans. Okay. The Japanese internment camps. I could go on and on and on. All right.
John, go ahead.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. 2 questions for you. One has to do with a statement, a joint statement put out this morning by some of America's European allies, our NATO allies. And in that joint statement, they said regarding the Strait of Hormuz, our governments will contribute to ensuring freedom of navigation.
Yeah, Claire. Do you remember this one, folks? Kissinger ordering nuns and other dissidents to be thrown out of helicopters in order to, okay. Funding genocide. Yep.
Does that
Cambodia?
Talking about the South
Asia. Yeah, America, very lovely empire, done great things. Not to mention, exactly. No. Guys, and I thank you guys for doing what I asked. You can see the massive list. You get my point, right? So I always love it when America or an American representative goes and talks about how we have the moral high ground. You do not have the moral high ground. You do not have the moral high ground. Okay.
The Strait of Hormuz. What's the administration's reaction to that joint statement? Does that smooth things over when the president meets with NATO Secretary General a little bit later this afternoon?
I have a direct quote from the President of the United States on NATO, and I will share it with all of you. They were tested, and they failed. And I would add, it's quite sad that NATO turned their backs on the American people over the course of the last 6 weeks, when it's the American people who
turn your back on the
funded
evil president
their
is what they
defense.
did.
As you know, President Trump will be meeting with Secretary Ruta
He
in a couple of
caused
hours
the
here at the White
war.
House, and I know he looks forward to having a very frank and candid conversation with him.
Secondly, in regards to this conflict, 38 days, as you pointed out, President Trump has said that there's been regime change. Has that regime change led to more freedoms for the Iranian people?
I think that's a question that's being asked a little bit too early, John, and we hope that is the case, but it's something that has yet to be seen.
I don't think they care.
Eamon.
Caroline, on this question of tolling by the Iranians in the Strait of Hormuz, I've heard you talk about a number of red lines that the president has in this negotiation, but I haven't heard you say that Iranian tolling in the Strait of Hormuz is a red line. Would it be acceptable to the United States at the end of all this if the Iranians are able to charge tolls in the Strait of Hormuz?
I think the president was very clear and simplistic in his language last night in his Truth Social post, where he said that this ceasefire is subject to the free, safe, and immediate reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. That's very plain language, and it should be taken at face value. Carrie, go ahead.
Dad, do you
Without
think,
limitation.
would you agree? I think that Trump, even if he thinks Iran is violating the ceasefire, by the way, Israel, obviously, as we know first, but I don't think he'll do everything he can to not restart the war regardless, because it'll look embarrassing for him. So like, you see what I mean? So I bet that he's going to try and like come up with like, he's going to give them like a lot of leeway so he doesn't have to, because he doesn't want to be humiliated. That's partially right.
See, well,
what do you think? I'm curious. I could be wrong.
I think it's a two-edged sword, because he wants to appear to be the Rock of Gibraltar out there.
Yeah.
Oh, or what's his name from You Shall Not Pass, Gandalf.
Gandalf. Oh,
You
good
shall
reference.
not pass.
Good reference.
And Gandalf held up to that.
Yeah.
Trump wants to be seen like that. So for him to give in, to me at this stage especially, would make him look weak.
Yes. And
I think a lot of people here in this country would see it. And once again, midterms are coming up several months. And so it's a double-edged sword. I'm not too sure. And he will probably find a way to weave it to make it look like that Iran is the evil one for causing it to flare up again. I just hope that journalists across the country from other places, not Iran, not necessarily the U.S., actually do their diligence on their job and keep an eye on this and call it out.
Right.
But because you know what? People are going to point to him. I thought he said this, but why is he giving in to Iran on this? Why is he going to, and he's going to look weak, and he hates to look weak.
Yeah, because he's a petty autocrat. I was
Yeah.
going to say, guys, so some comments here, Dad. Tiago says that this timeline where we receive information from a president from social media is so fucking weird. That's accurate. U.S. government being ungrateful bastards in regards to NATO. Yeah, Drizella.
Oh, definitely.
Invalid axiom. Trump's red line is an absent-minded spaghetti doodle. Yeah. Okay. Drizella, sorry, I'm a little bit emotional. I don't blame you, Drizella. Okay. Tiago, see here, Xander, either he's humiliated by Israel or by Iran, and I think he'd prefer Iran. Maybe Xander. I really don't know.
Well, I think Israel has something on him.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
he is gonna,
Yeah, that's a good point. Paul Squall, 1 minute I'm supposed to take the president's word at face value. The next I'm supposed to know he's just joking / negotiating about you.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. Classic them, right? Classic Trump administration. Invalid axiom, Trump Dolph. Yep. Okay. J Mac, he is weak. Yeah, he is weak. And that's
Yes.
why he constantly flexes and does the gorilla thing, right? No one this time, Z. I'm happy to see a father and son openly talk of this with a healthy dialogue.
I'll change that.
That's what we do.
I'm going to make it
okay?
a toxic dialogue.
Yeah, don't worry. We often become toxic, but we're okay with it. Like, but then we're fine afterwards. Okay. Trump is more akin to the Balrog, correct? Okay. Having hope in Xander says having hope in a journalist is a high bar. Oh, I know at this point. Hello, Nathan Runyon. Okay, thanks, Shiv. Where's my fellow Onio? Okay, so here, Gorilla Strawn. All right, guys, shall we continue? Shall we? Let's go.
Tolls, yes. Carrie.
A quick follow-up on the tolling. Why would the U.S. allow Iran to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz? That's not something that we've opposed for a number of years now.
Again, that's not something we've said that we've definitively accepted. The joint venture is something that was proposed by the president, but he was very clear in his statement last night. He wants to see the strait reopened immediately without limitation, and that's something we're going to hold them to. Yes, in the blue.
And second question on
family and friends in Iran. I myself am Iranian, and I've been talking to them through the blackout. One of my family members yesterday said goodbye to me. So what message should we be sending Iranians when they message me saying what should they be doing right now? How should they stay safe? Because they really don't know what to do.
By the way, guys, I'm looking at other news sources while we're chatting here. So if you look up on the screen, you might not see her face, but I'm just letting my dad and I kind of look at other news sources while she's chatting at the moment because I haven't looked.
I want to point out
I
something
think the
about
president's
her.
main priority and my main priority as his spokeswoman is to.
Okay, she's wearing a cross. Now, I know what she probably thinks, that what's the message she's getting across, because it seems like everybody in his administration wears it. But, you know, let's take it beyond religion. Do you know that the Romans used the cross to crucify people for the sake of getting rid of undesirables, criminals, undesirables, anybody trying to stop the Roman Empire? They would line the Appian Way with people on crosses, slowly but surely dying. So the cross actually has more to do with abuse of people and trying to enforce your power on them. And so when I see her and other
Dad, sorry, Paul Squall says it's like having a little electric chair on it.
Yes, exactly. I used to say that to the
guys. I'll be right back. I'm getting some more coffee. I'll let my dad chat with you for a bit. Behave. Be nice to him. And no secrets about me.
Don't be like my son. Be nice to me, please. But seriously, I used to tell that to my students when we would talk about that. I'm going, it's like wearing a little electric chair. It's, so whenever I see anybody in the Trump crime syndicate with their crosses, whether on their lapel or wherever, that's what I think of right away. Not the religious sentiment, but the really horrible, bad one that the Romans used. That's basically it. So they're using people who aren't very smart, in my view, to make them think that, oh, we're all about Christianity and what Jesus taught. Bullshit. They're just evil people, period. And the cross is evil for what they did to the people, period. So, I think they almost like when they wear the cross, it legitimizes what they're saying. Every day it's a new low. It's a brand new low for not just the president and his crime syndicate, but also for the American people. I would say the majority of American people don't like what's going on. But, we need to do something about this. Really, really do.
All right. Ugh. All right, shall we continue with, so it looks like, real fast, guys, before we keep listening to Caroline here, even the BBC is reporting how there's a disconnect between public statements and between the U.S. and Iran, obviously. So, okay, we love Papa Sam. So, I think a little. We should. She should also wear a hijab and a kippah. Why not? Why not? Okay. Period. So what? I wonder what my father said. I don't know what he said here, so I can't really comment. But let's see here. I don't know if everyone. Yeah. Okay. Papa, can't you send that to its room and carry on with your lesson? All right. So let's see. Let's keep listening to Caroline Levitt. Again, I'm going to be looking at the news while we do it.
To make sure that clear messages are sent to the American people, of course, which is my job today. With respect to the Iranian people, the president, has taken out the imminent threat that was posed by their military to the United States, to our allies in the region, to our forces in the region. And of course, as the president has long said, he hopes that Iran will be a country of peace, of prosperity, and we're moving into this next round of negotiations to hopefully come to an agreement with this new regime that will create long-term stability in the Middle East.
He has said that they should stay inside of their homes and also take back their country. So there's a contradiction there. So how do you address that?
Again, we're moving into this next round of negotiations with the remnants of the regime and those that we are speaking with now to hopefully reach a place of peace.
Yeah, but are they the right ones to talk
and
with?
that includes the Iranian people.
There's chaos even in that government over there.
Yeah.
And it's, God. Gee,
Yeah, and like I said, guys, there is some confusion in Iran because the IRGC holds a lot of cards and has a lot of power right now because of American and Israeli bombing. So it's unclear if the government and the IRGC are fully on the same page, which makes this more complicated. Now, we don't know. There's a lot of fog of war happening right now.
Well, over here, you have Trump and his crime syndicate.
Exactly.
And then you have the majority of Americans. Now, who is wait a minute, this is democracy. It's the clear majority of the Americans. Well, wait a minute. No. Hell if I know.
Yeah. Yep.
In the blue, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. The White House posted the statement from the Iranian government that passage in the Strait will be coordinated with Iran's armed forces. As of today, who controls the Strait of Hormuz?
Again, these statements were put out 12 hours ago. We expect that the strait will be opened immediately, as I've said
our
earlier.
intelligence should know the answer to that at this point. I mean, this isn't like, oh, just a few minutes ago. This is 12 hours ago. I'm sure our intelligence are looking.
About what?
Is the Strait of Hormuz open right now?
So I will say, I'm not really defending her, but Iran only announced like an hour or so ago that they were closing it. So it could be that she literally hasn't heard. But that's just like because this is she started this press conference about an hour ago. So it could be she literally hasn't heard. But regardless, it's funny that they
Well, I'm surprised then that cross didn't set her on fire.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Uptick in traffic in the strait, and it's something that we are monitoring minute by minute, hour by hour as the days go on.
Who controls the strait right
questions. One on the deportations of Iranian officials, and then on the negotiations. Are there still security concerns about Vice President Vance being part of these peace talks, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner? And then two, given the ongoing deportation of General Soleimani's niece, does the Trump administration plan to deport more relatives or people in the families of Iranian officials that are in the U.S.?
Certainly, anyone who is here fraudulently. I understand one of the individuals who.
By the way, the way they determine if you're here fraudulently is if your skin isn't white. Okay, I'm joking. I'm only slightly exaggerating. I am exaggerating, but okay.
Their visa was revoked by Secretary Rubio, and they were deported by ICE. They had a fraudulent asylum claim. That's against the laws of the United States. So anyone who is here illegally or fraudulently is subject to our nation's immigration laws and will be removed from our country.
Well, guess what? What
and
Trump has done numerous times is break the U.S. Constitution, so it's against constitutional law, but he's still in office.
What's the Constitution?
And you know what? These people who are here, that the illegal immigrants, most of them come because they see the United States as a better alternative for them in many cases than where they are, only to get smacked in the face by, the breaking of the Constitution by the Trump crime syndicate. So who's going to enforce that?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, use those lips. Pow, 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 as Trump did that one time.
Oh, yeah. God.
And,
mm-hmm.
In conjunction with the Department of Homeland Security. With respect to the safety of the Vice President, we fully trust the United States Secret Service to do their job, to keep the Vice President and the President's negotiating team safe. They do a tremendous job, and we fully trust them to do that.
Caroline.
In the back, go ahead.
The President has said Cuba is next. What's the message to the American people regarding Cuba, and what can Cubans expect in relation to this statement?
Well, look, I think when
the American empire continues, remember, we have been embargoing Cuba for oil, and their healthcare system has collapsed, and they're having nationwide blackouts, and thousands of people are going without medical treatment. And Trump did allow one tanker through from Russia to help supply the Cuban people, but that's about it.
Now wait a minute. Look at the size of Cuba.
Mm-hmm.
We should be scared shitless of it.
Right, hilarious. It reminds me of that, like in the 1980s when we went to war with Grenada, and like our government was like, Grenada is a huge threat to the United States. It's like it's a tiny island.
There's more history to that than that.
Not really. Yeah. There's not. Okay, we can debate this, but the group that was on Cuba was barely left wing. We just didn't like it because they were slightly left wing. And okay, regardless, it was a tiny nation.
They weren't left wing like, communist left wing, like Russia or China.
Yeah,
they weren't.
Yeah,
and I really do think, really do think, if you look at all the facts and stuff around it, I really do think that Castro would have learned to live, and we with him.
Yeah.
But we didn't give him a chance.
Of course, we tried to assassinate him. And same thing with Grenada and stuff. Tiny little country, like, but in principle, we couldn't allow any disobedient states in the Caribbean. Because we didn't want any allies of the Soviet Union or anything. All right. Okay.
President Trump said that, and he later clarified after making that statement that he meant the Cuban regime is bound to fall. The country is very weak. They're in a very weak position economically, obviously, financially. The Cuban people
and why
are
is
fed
that?
up with their government as they should be. And these talks and discussions continue to happen at the highest level of our
You need me to
government.
pause it?
I don't have any.
Is that what that means? Okay.
Oh, wow. What was I going to say? Oh, you know what? I remember a country that wanted to be left alone, wanted to be independent, and when it did gain their rights to rule themselves, the power that was trying to control them said they won't last long. They're going to collapse. You know, this isn't going to work. They're radicals over there. That radical thought doesn't work. That was a lot of the parliamentarians and the King of England at the time that said that we will come crawling back to them. I don't know if you ever heard
about the American colonies he's referring to.
Yeah, the American colonies. There's a musical called Hamilton in which the king comes out and he says, they'll be back. I mean, I know that's humorous, but they really thought that. They thought that we didn't have the ability or anything to rule ourselves. They're radicals. Well, she's saying the same thing about Cuba.
Yeah, and it's funny because that's also what we say about the Palestinians. It's also what we say. We say that, you know, they can't rule themselves. They're barbarians. They're savages. They can't rule themselves. We say the same thing about, you know, said the same thing about the Cubans. We say the same thing about a lot of folks, right? Like, it's dark. And yet, you know, yeah. All right, let's go.
Updates or announcements for you with respect to Cuba policy today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Secretary Hegseth said this morning that U.S. troops would be sticking around. Can you expound upon that, what we should expect from U.S. troops in theater for the next 2 weeks and beyond?
I would defer you to the Pentagon for any specifics on assets that have been in place in the Middle East, but take the Secretary at his word, and also the President has reiterated this as well in his own words, that we're not going to move anything immediately. Again, this is a 2-week ceasefire where we hope at the end, and
so
we
what's
expect
gonna
at the end
happen
we'll
with
have a good agreement between the United States and Iran, but in the meantime, we're going to ensure that our military is always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief.
Always at the ready of the Commander-in-Chief to go and put them in harm's way, get killed, get wounded.
Yeah.
So that President Trump and his buddies, his crime syndicate, can wear MAGA hats with gold emblazoned on them when the bodies come back. And then sell the hat.
And then take a picture with the coffin and get, and say that they love the troops.
Oh, God, that was so... he was...
Yeah, so...
Thank you, Matt. On NATO, I'll take your question. Go
Thank
ahead.
you, Caroline. On NATO, can you tell me, is the United States still considering withdrawing from NATO? Is that still a possibility?
It's something the President has discussed, and I think it's something the President will be discussing in a couple of hours with Secretary General Ruta, and perhaps you'll hear directly from the President following that meeting later this afternoon. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye, woman, lady.
Whore Babylon! There you go.
There we go. Okay.
Not that she's from the Middle East, but she's the whore.
Yes, indeed.
The whore from Washington.
Yes, the
and her fellow whorettes.
Yes, with respect to women, of course. You know,
yeah, I mean, this is no. I'm just talking. About,
I know. I'm joking. I know that.
No,
I know.
I'm not joking.
Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay, so Sir Bartholomew, ignore J-Mac, he's joking. Okay, so Sir Bartholomew, God, I hope y'all leave NATO. I know maybe some of the Europeans out there hope also. This is, I have a hunch that Caroline, Christy, and Pam each hoard each other themselves to the orange, and that's nasty. Could be, very well could be. Okay, yeah. Dear God, I'm gonna go vomit. I'm gonna go vomit. Okay. Weird Morphous Blob, I hate you. Okay, anyway. What are you gonna say, Dad?
I was gonna say, the fact that, not dropping out of NATO, and one of the things Trump has brought up even during his first term, he's brought up now. They've never done anything for us. Look what we did. We saved the world from the Nazis and the Imperial Japanese. We saved them. Well, I want to correct something here. Europe was in danger of collapsing. Did we get involved in 1939? No! We let Europe kind of just toss and turn and bloodshed until late December 1941. And even then, we didn't go right over. And what about Japan going against China? Oh, you shouldn't do that to China. What did we do? Nothing. Well, there's some things we did. We did help send supplies and stuff in both cases, but we did not commit ourselves. We didn't. Yeah. And so when he says we saved them, and they're just standing back watching us, well, maybe they should give us 3-4 years to wallow in this before they come and save us.
I will say, so Inverted Panda, wasn't it the Russians who saved the world? In Europe, largely, yes. It was mainly the Soviets made the most.
It's a bit complicated.
It's complicated, but the Soviets made the most sacrifices in terms of blood, personnel, and fighting against the Nazis. The phrase that is typically used by historians is that the war was won by American equipment, UK intelligence, and Soviet blood. Yep. Okay. So American equipment helped a lot.
And the Soviets got a lot of that too.
Yeah, but the Soviets absolutely lost the most, made the most sacrifices. Okay. When it comes to the Pacific theater, that's a different story. That was mainly America, and China too. But
nobody else could help us because they were involved in Europe.
So it's complicated. Well, Matt Saigai, how would you phrase it? I'm honestly asking you. You said such a Western-centric phrasing. So that obviously is the phrase that I was just I'm oversimplifying by saying that. When it comes to the war in Europe, how would you phrase it? I see. I got you, Matt Saigai. I got you. Forgive me. Okay. Let's see here. So anyway, that is. So yeah. Okay. Yeah, you're right. A lot of people in India fought. So we also one of the problems with that phrase, and this is what I thought Matt Saigai was going to say, which I wanted to let him say it so that I didn't have to say it aloud. But I mean, not a problem with me saying it aloud, but just to make so Matt Saigai could take the credit. A lot of colonial troops fought in that war, like a lot. Algerians, Indians, okay.
South African.
Yeah, okay. So, yes. All right. So let's go on here. Jonas, thank you very much, Jonas, for the donation. The 400 bits there. Thank you very much.
I may need to take a
You're going to go? Okay. All right, Dad.
Okay. Yes. Thank you again for having me. I got a little, strong on some of this
No,
stuff.
we don't blame you. We like it.
But there are times I'm thinking I'm not strong enough. So,
it's okay.
Anyway, so that's why I don't bathe regularly. I figured I could help me be strong.
Yeah.
I'm taking after my son.
Gross.
Bye.
Ew.
Exactly. Ew.
Okay, bye-bye, Dad.
Bye,
Thank you,
guys.
Dad, for saying bye. I'm
Wherever
sure
you
they
are.
all loved it. They all said, we love you.
Oops.
You got a cool dad. CR, cherish him. Bye-bye, thank you. Bye-bye, said I'm real alien. Oh, no, he's doing this just to, look at that. Okay, he's doing this just to, God.
No, I'm saying peace to my
Jeez,
son.
yeah.
Peace.
Off to the nursing home with you. Bye-bye. Goodbye. Just guess. I know. I'm evil. Okay. So, all right. We, okay. Bye-bye, Dad. Okay. All right, guys. So, watching you and your dad have a healthy relationship. Okay. Disagreements is therapeutic. Yeah. We often disagree about things, guys. Of course. We're also from different generations and things like that. Okay. So we have some different views on things, but we're always fine after arguments, etc. All right. I know. I'm sorry, Sarah. I know, right? A lot of folks in this community have parents that are in MAGA or whatever. Thank God my dad isn't. Okay. All right, you guys. So we talked about some things here. Let me see what else is happening here in the news. I'm not going to Straits of Hormuz, but we care about the gays. Yeah, Dad cares about the Straits of Hormuz, but we care about the gays of Hormuz. There we go. Um, okay. Mr. R5599. Hey, I don't usually comment, but I really enjoy watching your streams, but I don't know how you can watch these devils. Oh, trust me. Welcome, Mr. R. Thank you for saying so. You must be one of our lurkers, which you're just as much a member of the community as anyone else. Yeah, I know it is painful, Mr. R. You know, I do a lot of intoxicants to get through it. I got to tell you. Okay, right now, not during the streams, unless it's an after dark stream. But you know, yeah. Admittedly, though, Mr. R, I can get through it because you know I was a grad student and I had to sit in dark archives reading Nazi documents, so I'm kind of used to the lunacy. It all comes out in my nightmares, so it's fine. That's how I cope. All right, so yes, I know you all love my dad. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you all love him. Glad you all hoped you like seeing him around. Okay. Uh, okay. Don't forget Pampers and pull-ups. Okay. All right, guys. So let's see. I wanted to see what is happening here. Let's see what is happening here in the world. The GCC may explore new alliances amid doubts over U.S. partnership, ceasefire challenges. I got you, Sir Bart. Okay. The GCC. Why am I having a mind blank? What's the GCC? I should know this. I know this. I'm having a mind blank. Thank you. Of course, Gulf countries. I knew that. All right. Yeah, of course they are. Good. They should. Okay. So let's see what else is happening out there, folks. I'm going to put up my face here for a second. Just while let's chat a bit. All right. Yeah, and I'm glad they're doing it, Sir Bart. They should. All right, guys. So, I am going to actually lower my desk, so I can sit for a second. I can look at, isn't this cool, guys? Look at this, how I can slowly lower it. Ooh, so cool. I can slowly lower it. And now I can sit down on my couch, which is lovely. Ooh, okay. Oh, okay. So, there we go. Okay. I'm just going to sit down here for a second. Yeah, you guys are like on an elevator. The shittiest elevator of all time. I know it's not exactly focused on my face. I'm just sitting down for a second. I don't worry. I'm going to stand back up here in a second. So, you know, I just wanted to take a personal moment and sit with you and have a chat. Okay. Not really. Any comments or questions about anything my dad said, anything you want to talk about? You guys can tell we disagree on some things, but we always end up, we're always okay with it. What's behind you? Did you map out your cognition? No, this up here, that is just so right up here, that just shows the two sides of the brain, the creative side and the analytical side. I love neuroscience. I think it's really cool. I sometimes talk about neuroscience and stuff. I think it's really cool. So that's why that's back there. Then right here, for those who don't know, right here, I don't know if you guys can see this. This is two male police officers, bobbies. So English police officers making out. This is a Banksy piece of art. I love it. Okay. Then we have, of course, Chainbreaker, the Civil War sword that's been passed on to my family. All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see here. J-Mac, y'all agree? Yeah, we agree like on 95% of things. We do disagree on some things. But I do think part of that's a generational divide. Also, my dad grew up during the Cold War and stuff, and I grew up during a very different era where I didn't experience the Cold War. So yeah, no problem. Yeah, I love brain art and stuff like that. Okay, any questions or comments about what we did? So Inverted Panda, what subject did your dad teach and at what level? He taught grade school social studies and high school social studies. And then he ended up being the head of the social studies department at the school he taught at. I taught high school social studies. And I also taught college level high school social studies, or college level social studies as well. So I taught, but like under like 101 classes and stuff. But so like history, government, economics. I also taught psychology and sociology. See here. What did the U.S. get out of this war? I don't know, Sarah. Nothing. As far as I can tell, this is a complicated question, Sarah. I've tried to explain it before because it's unclear. I don't personally see how the United States got anything out of it. which makes me think that mainly this was a war because Israel wanted it, in my opinion. But like I don't see any benefits. This was bad for the United States. Okay, this was bad for the United States. It was only bad for the United States. Of course, in my opinion, we just what we should do is we should end our empire and we should stop doing this bullshit because it's not helping for us. It's not helping us. This is why, guys, allow people. I might sound like I'm a traitor to America because I look forward to the day that the American empire falls. Because, guys, it's not only good for the world; it's good for us here in America. Do you know how much money we're spending on these useless wars? How is this war in Iran helping you guys? Like, do you think the war in Iran is benefiting me or benefiting you if you're an American? No, no. It benefits maybe big corporate interests. In this case, I barely even see that, except for the military industrial complex, which makes money off the weapons, but it's not benefiting us at all. So I would love for us to stop doing this nonsense and start spending that money back at home. But alas, America wants to dominate the planet because it's a superpower, just like every other empire. So, all right. Yeah. Okay, so I really don't see a benefit at all to the United States. It kind of seems like it was a vibes-based thing that Trump did this because he had the vibes. He wanted the vibes of going to war and wanted to make Israel happy. All right. And if you guys want me to explain to you why Israel wants the war, it's because they want to dominate the Middle East, and Iran stands in the way of that. So they want chaos in Iran so that they can further exert hegemonic control over the Middle East. And then some of the far-right Israelis want to create a greater Israel. They want to conquer and colonize all the land around them in multiple countries, which they're already doing right now. It could also be a distraction partially from the Epstein stuff, but America has wanted to go to war with Iran for a very long time. We've always threatened it. Okay. There you go, Sir Bart. The U.S. claims they got the Strait opened up. Meanwhile, Iran only closed it. Of course, Sir Bart. Okay. I know it's hilarious, Tiago. The Tamingo. It's pointless because our president is a lunatic. Can we be clear about that? Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East. Hilarious, Jonas. To be clear, folks, we know that Jonas is joking, but it's kind of a contradiction to have an apartheid state that calls itself a democracy. By definition, that's not a democracy. It's an apartheid state. That is not government by the people if part of the people don't have political rights and are occupied. Okay. So there you go. Exactly, Weird Amorphous Blob. The timing was probably to cover up. Might have been to distract from Epstein, but the war itself was not to distract from Epstein. Was not because of Epstein. It does. Like it seems like a war of convenience, but like what is? But see, that's the thing in Valid Axiom. I'm a realist when it comes to international relations. Yeah, the United States will do things in its own interests and will seek to increase its power and its safety at the expense of anything else. But in this case, I literally do not see the direct benefit to the United States of America, to America. I don't see the benefit. It only hurts us. Because this war is only going to make things worse for us. And it's going to benefit people that are that we view as our enemies. Like, I literally don't see it. I think part of it is a vibes thing because of Israel. Because I don't know. Now, Trump did say he would like to use some of Iran's oil, but I don't feel like that was even the main reason for the war because that was not the initial reason given. I don't know. It just seems all very incompetent and stupid. And we should remember that at the beginning of the war, there were leaks that some of our top American generals thought this was a bad idea because they're like, what's the point? Why are we doing this? Okay. I don't know. It's very confusing to me. Maybe someone can clarify for me, has a better idea. Apart from, it might have been to build American empire because Iran is sovereign, has some sovereignty left, and we don't like that. That's possible. Okay. So, it's possible, Mr. King K, that BB does have a blackmail on Trump. That's possible. I don't know. But it's weird. Okay. It's strange. Do we, All right, guys, let me quickly do something else here. So if you like the content, you can become a member on YouTube for as little as $1 a month. That would really help me. I'm trying to be able to do this full time. I'm trying to be able to permanently do this full time after, losing my job, etc. And then if you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, and you no longer have to see ads. It'd be good for you. You can also get a cute little jester hat next to your name. So please help support me. You can also send me bits over on Twitch, you can send me a super chat over on YouTube. That'd be very helpful. Okay. All right. Sir Bart, gesturing and expecting coin tosses from the royal court as your main income is pathetic. The king isn't obliged to. How dare you, Sir Bart? Okay. That is an ongoing joke in the community, by the way. They always make fun of me whenever I ask for money. Okay. I'm just a poor jester seeking a coin toss. Okay. Just a poor jester seeking a coin toss. And what Sir Bart is saying here was actually there was a troll that came in. I'm having to explain the inside joke now, Sir Bart. A troll came into our community and said this to me, except they didn't say it like that. They basically said, you need to get a job. This is pathetic that you're doing this for income or whatever. So then my community, in their infinite kindness towards me, rewrote it as this. And now they post it whenever I promote giving me money. Okay. How dare you, Dolly Boy? Okay. How dare you, Dolly Boy? All right. So, all right. Please join the community and you can bully me. Join our Discord, by the way, folks. It's linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat if you want to join. All right. Oh, yeah, that's the original one. The original troll comment was streaming and expecting donations as your main income is pathetic. Viewers aren't obligated to pay. Trends change instantly and algorithms don't care about you. Get a job. Now, this is funny, guys, because I have never said that. I never thought people were obligated to pay. Anyone can watch my streams. But anyway, all right. So, but I do request if anyone who can, please donate. It'll help me keep doing this, et cetera, et cetera. All right. Nathan, Sarah, could you cover the story I sent in Discord? Let me take a look here. I also have a story to cover that Trump failed sent us. Let me take a look at that one as well. So let's take a look at both of these. Are you still here, Trump failed? By the way, my tooth is hurting, so I need to take a med. So let me do that too. Give me a second because I didn't get the surgery today, but let's see here. Where did you send it? Where did you send it there, Nathan? Let me find the one also that Trump failed sent. Yep. No, Trump failed. Where's the one you sent? I can't find it. Did you put it, guys? Did you put it in the reaction in the video discussion? Okay, I'll do that. Nathan. Oh, maybe that's why I haven't seen them, Nathan. Just try put them in the reactions section because I don't always look at the video discussion session, but thank you for. I don't need this shit. Get me out of here. God damn it. Block. Get me out of here. I fucking hate this goddamn shit. Okay, give me a second. I need to. Okay. Disable my ad blocker. It is disabled. I just disabled it. Refresh. Okay, here we go. Why? So a California sheriff seized ballots while running for governor. The Republican is leading governor's race polls. Voting rights experts across the political spectrum say this case has national implications. Oh, great. So they're trying to cut off democracy, as always. Oh, it's okay, Nathan. Don't worry. So that's cute. So a legal battle is playing out in California. Let me put this story up so you guys can see it and you don't just see my face. Oops. All right. So a legal battle is playing out in California between Riverside County Sheriff Chad Bianco and Democrats who say the Republican gubernatorial candidate's seizure of more than 650,000 ballots is a political stunt that undermines public trust in voting. Okay. A supporter of Trump, he denies it. Okay, so he attempted to he investigated and threw out 650,000 ballots. Jesus Christ. So yeah, Republicans everywhere trying to rig elections. All right. Of course, this is not surprising. This is not surprising given that, April 3rd, that's not that old news. So okay, that's not very old. That's from April 3rd. The Republicans, of course, are trying to, ruin the midterm elections. They've already done a ton of things to weaken people's ability to vote in the midterm elections. And the California Supreme Court stopped it, SoCal. Okay, excellent. So it is outdated. Fantastic. So that's good at least. No problem. But at least I guess the Supreme Court did stop it according to SoCal. So that's good news. Let me quickly look here at what, no problem, Nathan. Thank you for sharing that story. But guys, we do have to keep an eye out on the Republicans who are trying to further limit elections, because we all know that historically, when given the option to either change their positions in order to get more people to vote for them or to limit democracy, the Republicans almost always go for limiting democracy, okay? So more evidence of that. Let's go now to what, just real fast here, what Trump failed sent to us. Reactions. Trump failed. The story you sent us, Trump failed. I need to go find it now. I forgot to go to it yesterday after Trump failed send a donation. And the presidents. I got you. Okay, the presidents. Let's see here. Woodrow Wilson. A lot of folks might not know what these are. Let me see here. Herbert Hoover, Andrew Jackson, James Buchanan, Lyndon B. Johnson, William Taft, Andrew Johnson. Let's watch one of these. So we'll watch this one for now. So guys, I know. There's a Great Depression. Shut up. Shut up. What is that sound?
Jonathan Ross. I know.
1 second, guys. I don't know where that sound is coming from. Give me a second. There's sound. Oh, there it is. Okay. So let's watch this. This is Herbert Hoover. This looks like a comedy thing. Hello, accidents waiting to happen. All right. This is Herbert Hoover. By the way, Herbert Hoover was the president before FDR, and he thought that you could help the Depression by opening up, by not doing anything to help people, basically. He tried to do a little bit to help people, but very little. And he tried to impose tariffs to also stop the Great Depression. That didn't work. He failed miserably. So let's see this.
But it's not my fault! I know there's a Great Depression, but it's not my fault!
1 in 4 people is out of a job? Well, 1 in 4 people suck! I don't have a dog. I have a White House possum named Benjamin! Well, if you're having trouble during the Depression, just get your friends to help you.
Guys, Republicans use these same arguments even to this day, do they not? Pick yourself up by the bootstraps. It's not the government's responsibility. You're lazy. You need to work harder. Of course, while the rich pick all your pockets, you get blamed for the fallout of them doing that.
The president! I don't know you! No one is starving. I said no one's starving! I'm a people person! I'm good at dealing with people! Well, if you're hungry, then get a job! Well, the Depression's over. I said the Depression's over. I said the Depression's over, okay? I was an orphan who overcame poverty to become a millionaire president. So pick yourself up by your bootstraps and stop being poor! If you're not a millionaire by the time you're...
No, Agua Lily, you're right. I mean, the Hoover Dam wasn't bad at all. It was a good thing for society. But overall, Hoover was disastrous for the country, okay?
You're 40, you're nothing! I know there's a great...
Okay, hilarious. Republicans still use these arguments to this day. Guys, give me 1 second. I have to use the restroom because you all know I have a bladder the size of a walnut. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Do not... yeah, Dolly Boy. He also... Yeah, so guys, during the Great Depression, when all these impoverished people lost their houses and started living in giant shanty towns called slums, basically, they... because they hated Hoover so much, because he wasn't doing much to help them, they started calling the slums they were living in Hoover towns, because they're saying it was his fault. So, like, for example, here's a Hoover town. This isn't a good picture. You guys can barely see it, but it's like a town with a bunch of lean-tos and for homeless people, like I'm sorry, Hooverville. Did I say Hoovertown? Whatever, Hooverville. Yeah, they called them Hoovervilles to make fun of him for being a horrible president. And then people started calling, having a, okay, so you have a pocket, right? A pocket. You have a pocket. So they used, if you had a pocket with nothing in it, and you just had like a little, bit of cloth in there, because that's part of your pocket, they used to call that a Hoover flag, as in you have nothing in your pockets, because Hoover has stopped you from having anything in your pockets. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. I got to use the restroom. Give me 1 second. Stay around. Don't you dare leave. Don't you dare leave. I'll be right back.
Yeah, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect.
Everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, but I don't even know my name.
It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
Can you talk about me and you?
All right, folks, I'm back. All right. Let me turn this down a bit. I just realized, the sound is all off. All right, let's fix this. I'm still figuring out how to use the standing desk best. Okay. All right, you guys. So, again, I don't normally stream on Wednesday, so I decided just to do it since my surgery ended up not happening today. I will probably stream for a little bit longer because I also want to see, has anything else new happened with the ceasefire apart from it completely collapsing? Because it certainly seems to be completely collapsing. All right, which is funny to me. Yeah, Sam holds it too long, then he goes like a jacuzzi. Jet, you know it, Fetty Spaghetti. I like to compare it to a power washer, Fetty Spaghetti. And to be clear, Fetty Spaghetti, people can pay me. I'll come over to your house and clean off your driveway. I can just spray all over the driveway and clean it all up, Fetty Spaghetti. Anyway, so anyway, okay, let's see what else there is, guys, going on in the world, if anything. Probably not much, probably just, American Empire, all that other good stuff. All that other good stuff. Yeah, it could also do the front of your house, Dolly Boy, okay? Or your face in a non-sexual way. That sounded gross. Anyway, okay, so, let's go on here. Let's see here. Oh, it makes sense. I can hear you groaning like a power washer from here. There you go, Fetty. You know it, okay? It's not my fault. We all know it feels good to pee, right? Okay, so let's see what else we got here.
Why is Blackstone
Drusilla,
targeting
I don't need
Mexico's
your sass,
electricity?
Drusilla. I don't need your sass, Drusilla, okay? Fellow snow urine artist. Oh, yes, of course, Nathan Runyon. I can do the Mona Lisa. Budget store bidet. God. SoCal, I swear to God. All right. So, let's see here. I wanted to, I just want to see what else is happening in the news here. Why is my house covered in piss? Right, Mr. King K? Thank you so much, Matt Sagai, for the contribution. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you really. Accidents waiting to happen. Today, I almost passed out at the local fruit stand. Bag of grapes, 4 pounds, and 2 small containers of blue. Dear God, accidents, $34. Jesus. So Fetty Spaghetti says they hit refineries in Kuwait. Israel is forcing out more people in Lebanon. Okay, well, it's a Wednesday, right? Ha 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 ha. The world's on fire. I'm losing my mind. Yeah, it is, Fetty. A lot is, basically the world is on fire. Isn't that fun? Don't we all love that? Let me see what's happening, guys. I'm gonna put the scene back up here so we can look at it together, because why not, right? Why not? I feel like I should put on the jester hat at this point, but I don't know. Is it appropriate? Is it even appropriate right now? What are you sharing with me, Sir Bart? What are you sharing? What are you sharing with me, Sir Bart? All right, so let's see here. Where's the Republicans calling for? Yeah. Yeah, there you go, guys. Okay, let me see here. Ceasefire is done. Oh, I got you. Let me see here, Sir Bart. Okay, so let's look at this. Thank you, Sir Bart. The deep historical statement on the violation of 3 key clauses of the 10-point proposal. Okay, yeah, so Iran, this is good. Excellent. This deep historical trust we hold toward the United States stems from its repeated violations of all forms of commitments, a pattern that has regularly been repeated once again. Guys, this can't be true. This can't be true. You know why? Because America has the moral high ground, right? These are the United States of America. God bless us. God bless us, everyone. We're the land of freedom and democracy, a shining city on a hill. And we can never do anything wrong. So clearly, Iran is lying here. We've been perfect this whole time. Not a single problem in the United States. An angelic country. The salvation of the world. Right, Drusilla? Okay. As the President of the United States clearly stated in his truth, the Islamic Republic... Oh, my God. We live in 1984. As the President of the United States clearly stated in his truth, the Islamic Republic of Iran's 10-point proposal is a workable basis on which to negotiate and the main framework for these talks. However, 3 clauses of this proposal have been violated so far. TJ. Okay. 1, non-compliance with the first clause of the 10-point proposal regarding the ceasefire in Lebanon. Yeah. Yep. A commitment that Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has also explicitly referred to and declared as an immediate ceasefire everywhere, including Lebanon and other regions effective immediately. Okay, yep. 2, the entry of an intruding drone into Iran's airspace, which was destroyed in the city of Lar on Fars province in clear violation of the clause of prohibiting any further violation of Iran's airspace. And 3, denial of Iran's right to enrichment, which was included in the 6th clause of the framework. Now, the very workable basis on which to negotiate has been openly and clearly violated even before negotiations began. In such a situation, a bilateral ceasefire or negotiations is unreasonable. Okay, so that's it. There you go. There goes the ceasefire, guys. Bye, bye, ceasefire. I'm gonna miss you so. You lasted 5 minutes. Why'd you have to go? Because of American and Israeli aggression and bloodshed. That's why you had to go, because Israel never intended to have a ceasefire. So that is from, apparently, I don't know, Matt Saigai. This is from an Iranian, who is this? The Speaker of the House of the Iranian Parliament or whatever. Now, I'd have to, yeah. This isn't from that long ago. They had already been saying that they viewed these ceasefires likely to fail. Okay, and it already looks like it has failed because Iran has been threatening. This is true, Matt Saigai, and I got to be careful. You're right, Matt Saigai. I should check. We have to make sure that this is the actual position of the Iranian government. But they were already saying that it's becoming unworkable. Let's see what else is saying. So Bert, Matt, Sir Bart, I am not saying that this statement isn't legit. Okay, I'm saying that we have to see, because this is one guy in the government. I believe it, but I'm going to get verification to see if they've announced it yet. One of the things, and it's a good thing to send us, Sir Bart, but let me see if I can find any verification just for now. Okay. Because we also should point out that the White House is claiming that Lebanon was not included. So Iran is clearly on a different page as the United States. So it only makes sense that the ceasefire has in fact failed because there's already so much confusion. All right, let's see here. Oh, God damn it. Yeah, fuck you, CNN. Excuse me. I mean, F you, CNN. Let's see here. Yeah, okay, I love this. Okay, so New York Times framing here, of course. It's always fun to look at manufacturing consent. U.S. ceasefire. Don't we love this? How, first of all, they're framing it as the U.S. ceasefire, as if it's the U.S.'s ceasefire, that we're the ones that offered it and shit, even though it was Iran. Anyway, and it's the U.S., Iran, Israel ceasefire. Anyway, ceasefire shaky as strikes on Lebanon and confusion over the strait grow. Yeah. So, okay. Again, I love how the New York Times never assigns responsibility. It's always passive language. As strikes on Lebanon, and who's doing those strikes on Lebanon? Are there just random strikes coming out of the void on Lebanon? Is like a hole opening to an alternate dimension, and missiles are flying in from nowhere and randomly hitting Lebanon? No, no, it isn't. Okay, there isn't some Lovecraftian horror lobbing missiles into Lebanon. Well, there is, but it's called Israel, and we know what it is. All right. So anyway, so they should say U.S. ceasefire violated, or multilateral ceasefire violated by Israel, who bombs Lebanon, along with confusion over the strait or some shit like that. Anyway, so trying to see here. Iranian leaders are accusing the United States of not holding up its side of the ceasefire, making the future of the 2-week truce even more murky. Mohammad Bagar Ghalibaf, the Speaker of Iran's parliament, okay, this is what Sir Bart sent us, has already breached some of the principles of the Iranian framework for upcoming talks. And yeah, of course he has. Of course, the United States and Israel have. Israel is still attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon, which must be included in the truce. All right. He did say he stopped short of saying Iran would end the ceasefire or withdraw from the talks. But again, it's not looking good. It is not looking good. Okay. Yeah, Netanyahu said the ceasefire agreement did not include Lebanon, which it clearly did. Okay. I love this. It was Netanyahu's first public address to the Israeli public in Hebrew. Netanyahu said the agreement was fully coordinated with Israel, appearing to deny media reports and criticism from his opponents that Israel hadn't been consulted. He said Israel and the United States had achieved tremendous achievements in the war against Iran. Okay, right. All right. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of Israel said the ceasefire with Iran is not the end of the military campaign against it. It is a stop along the way. Of course. So, yeah, yeah, correct, Fetty. Of course, Fetty says Iran is charging $2 million per ship to let them through the strait. That's about 1 billion. Yes, 1 billion in crypto and Chinese currency, Fetty. You mean, well, I don't know if you mean in US dollars or I'm guessing you mean in US dollars. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so tremendous, TJ. All guys, I will say, America has had tremendous success. We did stop all those girls in that school from attacking Americans, right? All those girls were a massive threat. All those children that we murdered in that school, huge threat to America, a big threat to America. We also accidentally bombed a second school and didn't kill as many people there, but glad we did that. All the hospitals we accidentally in quotes hit. Yeah, very good thing for America there. Okay. So there we go. Of course. So yeah, Netanyahu's right. Very good for Israel and the United States. All right. Let's see here. So don't you dare clip that. You all know I'm joking, okay? You know I'm being dark. So right. Let's go see what else is happening. I just want to check Al Jazeera. I think I did just do that. All right. Yeah, it looks like, guys, the number that Israel has killed just today in Lebanon has steadily been going up. Literally a few moments ago, it was 112, and now the count of people that have been killed in Lebanon just today is 254. And to be clear, as I said multiple times, do we think that them doing the biggest attack on Lebanon since they started attacking Lebanon, do we think them doing that today, the day that the ceasefire began, is on purpose or just a coincidence? I think we know. They're trying to crash the ceasefire, all right? Also, Israel also killed an Al Jazeera journalist today. Well, it's a Wednesday. Of course they are. Yeah, hello, Shiv. Welcome back, Shiv. I never said hi to you. Yeah, very transparent effort, right? Outer signal. The UAE is seeking clarification on the terms of the U.S.-Iran 2-week ceasefire agreement to ensure Tehran's full commitment to a cessation, okay? The spokesperson stressed the need for a comprehensive approach because apparently, guys, the UAE, another one of their oil facilities was hit by Iran today. Because clearly Iran is still attacking since Iran has not stopped. I mean, since Israel has not stopped. Iran's parliament is announcing that the proposal has already been breached. Okay. And all right. Saudi. See here. No, this is just a fact. Israel is the biggest killers of journalists in the world. That's funny, right? That's funny. Oh, totally. Totally the UAE is 100%. Inverted panda 100%. Okay. So here we have Israel, Israel is the biggest killer of journalists in the world.
Must choose ceasefire.
Let's just see what Al Jazeera is saying.
War via Israel. It cannot have both. The world sees the massacres in Lebanon. The ball is in the U.S. court, and the world is watching whether it will act on its commitments. We're going to bring in Tokat Asadi, joining us now live from Tehran. Iran already warning of ceasefire violations just in the first few hours of this ceasefire, and using some very strong language, particularly from the Revolutionary Guard, about how it might respond.
Yes, indeed. We hear this strong message from the Iranian side warning about the repercussion of the breach of the ceasefire agreement. And obviously, Lebanon and the situation there seems to be critically important, as you mentioned, from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and also from the Speaker of the Parliament. And added to that, now we hear from the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian during his phone call with his French counterpart Emmanuel Macron. He came out to say that the ceasefire in Lebanon is one of the pivotal conditions when it comes to the 10-point Iranian proposal directed to the United States. And obviously, this is not the only factor that runs the risk of further escalation and a potentiality of maybe Iran's withdrawal from the ceasefire agreement. But also, we know that in addition to that, Iranians are now talking about the attacks that happened in Lavan Island. Also, they are talking about the downing of a drone in central areas of the country. And obviously, all in all, we can say that we're dealing...
Oh, God, don't you love our pro-peace president? He's so good at making deals, guys. He even wrote a book about it. Don't you know that? The Art of the Deal? Boy, do his deals work out well.
With a very, I would say, brittle and fragile situation as Iran and the United States are heading towards a meeting on Friday scheduled in Istanbul, in Islamabad, my apologies, to pave the way for a diplomatic settlement to settle down the issues. But still, we know that even when it comes to that meeting, Iran says it's going to take part. Iranian president, as well as the National Security Council of the country, confirmed that. But the context is surrounded by this cloud of mistrust when it comes to Iranian perspective.
I wonder why. You wonder why Iran doesn't trust the United States. Oh my God, why are they so paranoid? Jesus, they're so paranoid. I wonder, like, they have no reason not to trust us. We're super trustworthy, guys. Don't you know? Guys, don't you know the American government is super trustworthy? We've never told a lie in our lives. We're cute little lives. Our cute little American imperial lives. Never told a lie. Digital Bath. I'm so tired of being the laughingstock of the world stage because of who's in charge. I hate feeling so embarrassed of what we are doing. I totally get it, Digital Bath. But bye, Louise. Love you very much. Have a good rest of your day. I totally get it, Digital Bath. I really do. I know, right? Yeah, something Trail of Tears, right? Hello, Retro Asher. All hail Gazoo. So
was mentioning on Saturday, both the US and Iran are expected to begin negotiating a long-term agreement in Pakistan's capital, Islamabad. It's expected to happen in...
I will say, so Lacroix says American empire is like George Washington, cannot tell a lie. I think America is very much like George Washington. One, Washington was a slave owner, and two, Washington was very incompetent on several occasions. For example, during the French and Indian War, he accidentally had his troops murder a French ambassador who was coming to seek peace, and they opened fire and killed the French ambassador. Oopsie! So yeah, Washington, perfect example of the American spirit. You know, slave owner, accidentally kills a French diplomat. Okay.
And his team. President Trump and the team determined the new modified plan was a workable basis on which to negotiate and to align it with our own 15-point proposal. The president's red lines, namely the end of Iranian enrichment
there you go,
Iran,
Sir Bart,
have not changed. And the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd.
But on Tuesday, this is what Trump said on Truth Social. I agree to suspend the bombing and attack of Iran for a period of 2 weeks. This will be a double-sided ceasefire. We receive a 10-point proposal from Iran, and we believe it is a workable basis on which to negotiate.
We already know this.
Almost all of the various points of past contention have
been
agreed
Cicero,
to
did I say that?
between the United States and Iran. But a 2-week period will allow the agreement to be finalized and consummated. We're going to take a closer look at Iran's 10-point proposal to end the war, and it includes a commitment from the U.S. that there will be no further attacks, continued Iranian control over the Straits of Hormuz.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but an American commitment, that's about as worth as much as probably the McDonald's wrapper that it was written on, right? Okay.
Likely referring to its nuclear development program. Iran is also demanding the lifting of all primary and secondary sanctions, an end to all UN Security Council resolutions against it, an end to resolutions by the International Atomic Energy Agency, the UN nuclear watchdog. Iran wants to be compensated for the damage caused by the war and for U.S. forces to withdraw from countries in the Gulf region. Tehran says the end of hostilities must extend across all fronts, including the fighting against Hezbollah in Lebanon. Finally, it's calling for international guarantees to enforce and uphold the agreement. We're going to discuss this further with our guest.
Redmond, because they are. So Redmond says Iran seems to feel they are in a strong position because they are in a strong position. There's not like America. Trump is scared to death about collapsing the global economy. Iran has the power in their hands to do it. America has proven itself incapable of preventing that. And it would be and so what the America has two options. They have several options, but if they really want to end what's happening in Iran, they would have to invade Iran on the ground. They would have to do a ground invasion, which would be deeply unpopular in America and likely result in defeat. Or they have to end the war and basically let Iran control the Strait of Hormuz. There's basically Iran has the United States in a corner. Let's put it that way. All right. The Strait of Hormuz belongs to them now, and they have been taxing now ships that are going through it. Iran has gained a ton from this. So, yeah, they are on the they absolutely are. Iran does have a strong hand. They have no reason to accede to any American demands that require them to give up anything. OK, yeah, Iran is stronger now than it was before the war. And by the way, guys, you should go. Outer Signal has his own YouTube channel. Outer Signal is quite bright. Outer Signal is a political economist. You should go see his stuff. Just search Outer Signal on YouTube because I saw Outer Signal post on Discord on yesterday about some of this stuff about how Iran is taxing some of the ships and stuff going through the Straits of Hormuz. Okay, yeah, they're making a killing off this. Yeah, they do. Economically, they need to rebuild for sure. Some of the fuel depots need to get rebuilt, 100%, Luke, but so do a bunch of the fuel depots in the other Persian Gulf countries, okay? In Kuwait, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia. Edmund, I don't think it's piracy. It might, I don't know. I don't know what the legality there is, but that has given them, it's given them a massive upper hand. They've gained the ability to do that taxation. Yeah, it's about $2 million a ship. So Iran is massively, in the Chinese currency or in Bitcoin. They say you can pay in either one, which is also transferring the primary global currency away from the dollar. So yeah, they are out on head. They are ahead right now. America is losing. So of course they're not going to accede to any American demands. All right. Okay. So Redmond, the Strait of Hormuz is international waters, I believe. So what Iran is doing, yeah, I guess you could say it's illegal according to international law. But if the United States is not going to pay them reparations, what did I just do? Is not going to pay them reparations,
especially
they are going to seize those reparations. And we could critique Iran on this, but my point is that they're coming out on top, whether we like it or not. They are coming out on top in all of this.
Critically important, and this would allow Iran to have a huge amount of leverage over the Gulf states and be a threat.
No one, the F addict, no one rated, okay?
And actually, I truly believe Iran having control of the Strait of Hormuz is more,
I agree, Sir Bart. I agree.
More dangerous than drones and missiles coming into the Gulf states. So it's a complete...
Yeah, I agree. It's totally fair. For those who are saying, we could, nitpick about international law in regards to commerce and stuff, but honestly, I don't care that Iran's doing that. But, that's... They need to, all those Gulf states have been puppets of the United States and have American bases there. It's a very small thing that Iran's doing that. They need to do it. I don't blame them at all, okay? So yeah,
strategic loss for the Gulf states and I think the international community as well.
Sorry, I want to pick up on that point that Daniel was making in terms of the control that Iran would hold over the strait. In your estimation, how much or what
by
is
the way, guys, if you're
leverage
watching
now
on Twitch,
that
please
Iran
follow me
have
and
going
subscribe.
into negotiations like this compared to the kind of leverage that it might have had in the past when it was going through the nuclear negotiations, for example?
I think that having control over the Strait of Hormuz is a far better leverage for Iranians than compared to what they had prior to the attacks, the recent war. Because back then, Iranians entered the negotiations with far less.
And guys, Sir Bart mentioned this earlier. A lot of the Gulf states are now are considering moving away from America and Israel in terms of international relations because they view them as a threat to their security, since the Israel and America's war has caused the Gulf states to be attacked. So we're going to lose influence in the region. We might lose a lot of our influence with our quote unquote allies in the region. And more people are moving towards China and Russia. I mean, it has just been a disaster. Clearly, Iran is winning. All right. We can talk about like destruction and stuff. Yeah, Iran has been pummeled. I'm not going to say that they are great in terms of the state of their country right now, given all the bombing and stuff. But America has not defeated them, and they're getting a lot out of it. Yeah, you're right. It started even before the war with Israeli strikes on Qatar. You're right. But this has definitely accelerated it, right? Yeah, and also, guys, pushing away the allies in Europe, because Trump's demands on the allies, our allies in Europe, and now he's threatening to leave NATO because NATO didn't get involved. Who's that going to benefit? Russia and China. I mean, this is a massive defeat for America. If it continues going this way, it's going to be a massive defeat for America. And obviously, you know, yay, in my opinion, yay. Don't tell anyone I said that. I don't want ICE coming to my house and arresting me. But my point is yay. I'm all for it. I'm all for it. In Minecraft, of course, in Minecraft, not in real life. I would never want the American empire to fall in real life. Yay, yay, rah, 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 America, woo! But really, I would love that so much. Oh my God, don't make me salivate. Okay, sorry, I'm done. Anyway.
Thing as a betrayal. But that being said, you know, it's unlikely that Israel is going to back off just because of this deal. Prime Minister Netanyahu probably can't politically afford that. But if Iran wants to end this war, which has also been devastating for Iran, I think that eventually there's going to have to be some sort of accommodation made for this.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. That's Paul Musgrave, Tanya Thafa, and Sina Azuri. We appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed.
The camera, look at you see that guy's the camera went to the wrong person.
In a targeted drone strike in western Gaza. Mohammed Wisha was a correspondent for our sister channel. The airstrike caused the car he was traveling in to burst.
Oh my God, there's the car where the Al Jazeera journalist was killed by Israel. What, did they think he was a child or something? Did they think it was a baby in a crib and they accidentally killed a journalist?
Into flames. Gaza's government media office says 262 journalists have been killed since Israel's war began in 2023.
There you go, Shiv.
Al Jazeera Media Network has issued a statement. It says the network strongly condemns the heinous crime of targeting and killing Al Jazeera Mubasher correspondent Mohammed Wisha following a strike on the vehicle in which he was traveling.
Yeah, you're right. I wonder if we provided those missiles to them. We might have. America might have provided those journalist-seeking missiles to Israel.
West of the Gaza Strip. This constitutes a new and flagrant violation of all international laws and norms. It reflects a continued
not really
systematic
new,
policy
though, is it?
of targeting journalists and silencing the voice of truth. Ibrahim Al-Khalili is joining us live now from Gaza City. What more do we know about what happened, Ibrahim?
Yes, what was meant to be a ceasefire for Palestinians here across
Guys,
Gaza.
I don't mean to be rude by not wanting to hear about the journalists, but I want to talk about the ceasefire, etc.
Rami Arifi.
Yeah, because this is okay. So let's see here. 3 more updates. Okay. So let's see what else is being said elsewhere. Oh, this is great, guys. I love spending this day with you talking about the American empire. It's great fun. We're having a great time, aren't we? I know I am. Yay! That is for sure, Sir Bart. They're Nazis, as you always remind us, Sir Bart. When you see a Nazi and a Zionist, they're both Nazis. That's the point. Okay. Anyway, okay. So I also Okay, I was going to make a joke. Some people were like, well, some Zionists aren't as extreme as others. Yeah, same with slave owners. Some of the slave owners were nicer to their slaves than others. Alas, they're all slave owners, so I don't really give a shit, regardless. Okay, so let's see here. There you go, Sir Bart. All right. So I'm not seeing anything new here at the moment in regards to what is happening. Let's see here. Anyone have an idea? Let's see here. Faye. Anyone have any suggestions of what sites to go to? Any news I'm missing? I'm going to some of the American sources. Okay. MSNBC. Let's try the BBC. Okay. No, nothing there. Let's see what's going over here on YouTube. Yeah. Anything of interest?
Good afternoon, everybody.
What the hell?
Good to see all of you here today.
I don't know where that sound is coming from. Whatever, it's fine. Let's check here. Oh, there she is. I don't care. Get her face off the screen. Let's see what we got. I'm trying to see if there's any other. All right. Thank you, Mecha Kind. I will take a drink. Okay. Iran. God, I got so many things pulled up here. No wonder my internet's kind of slowing down. All right, Stealth Master. We're going to get rid of that. Better to die in Iran. Okay. Iran, let's see here. 8 hours ago. They don't even know what they've agreed to, of course. Okay, let's watch this.
So
this is the Iranian ambassador talking about the ceasefire. Let's just see what he has to say. As for those who come join in here, I don't normally stream on these days, but I decided to quickly stream about this ceasefire. So we're just kind of exploring what's happening together.
There is a big
in horror
gap of trust, and it is understandable why Iran has not any trust to other side. So this time Iran should be even more cautious than previous times, and should be more vigilant than previous times.
Yep, I agree.
Because for
notice that, so this is a lot of Iranians have now been wearing these little buttons that says Mina 168, which is a reference to the 168 children who were killed in the girls' school in Mina. I think in Mina, or was that the name of one of the girls? I can't remember. Regardless, they've been wearing these little they were wearing these little buttons with children's backpacks on them as a reminder of the American war crime of murdering a bunch of girls in a school. Heartbreaking. As I said yesterday, guys, the American, it should be a part of the Constitution that we, the Americans, we have a constitutional right to murder children, not only children in other countries, but in our own country, where school children get massacred all the time with insane gun violence that we do nothing about. Not only that, we enable the sexual assault of children without doing anything about it on a mass scale, as we saw with the Epstein files, where barely anyone has been held accountable. And on top of that, we slaughter children all over the world. Okay. So, I mean, really, it's an established American trait now. It's one of the key aspects of American culture is that we hate children and we like slaughtering them and assaulting them. That really should be, we might as well codify it by now. I mean, good God, it's one of those sacred American values, it seems. So just to be clear, we're a monstrous country when it comes to children, whether we're killing them, assaulting them, whatever it may be, and not doing anything about it. All right, so see here, Matt Saigai. This is breaking. The White House says it is moving towards the next round of negotiations amid a 2-week ceasefire. Okay, we'll see about it. This doesn't really tell me much, but we'll see how it goes. That's what they've been saying. Good Lord. So anyway, Matsaga, you said your dad doesn't believe the U.S. is a terrorist state. Did he explain why? No, Matsaga. I don't want to speak for him, but you have to understand, Matsaga, he's of a different generation. And if I were to corner him on this, he probably doesn't have a reason. I love my dad very much. Okay, you can tell, guys, he's very left. He's on the left for his age. He's pretty to the left, but he has a really hard time associating that word with America. Yeah, and Matt Saiga, you're right. I don't think there is reasoning there. I think it's a vibes thing. And I love him to death. I don't want to speak for him. If he thinks he can defend that, he can. But you could almost see a visceral reaction when I use that language. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so
it is clear that they shouldn't attack. You should wait and see. But I'm sure that if they continue attacking, we are not putting any trust on the other side. So our military forces are keeping their preparedness, they are keeping their vigilance to react to any scenario. But
and guys,
meanwhile, we will.
Yeah, Matt's like, my dad wears a lot of his expressions on his face, and I love him to death. And if he's watching me say this, I hope you know, Dad, I love you to death. But because I think you know this too, Dad. So yeah, you can see the discomfort, and maybe at some point he can come on the. We can talk about it on stream. Maybe he makes some good points. I don't want to get in the way of that. I will say that I've noticed this is interesting, guys. When my dad is on, there's always like maybe between 7 and 10 people who join the stream, and there's always like 7 or 10 people in the chat who end up agreeing with him, and when he's not on the stream, those people are never in the streams. And I've noticed that some of the people that come in when my dad's on here are older folks who share his sentiment about America. They don't like Trump, but they still have the idea that America is a shining city on a hill that is a moral high ground, and that is a fundamentally good place, and that the only real issue with America right now is that Trump's in charge. And as soon as he leaves, and as soon as I start talking negatively about America, those people leave the stream. I do think there's a generational divide there, and it's good. It's just interesting to see. Okay. And that's one thing that's been really hard there are a lot of people in America who really don't like Trump, but they think Trump is the problem. Exactly, Sir Bart. They think Trump is the problem, and that we just need to get rid of Trump and everything will go back to normal. And as I've said multiple times, guys, that is not true. Trump is a symptom. Trump is a symptom of a problem. He is not the problem. Okay. If we don't fix the symptom, if we don't fix the problem itself, we're going to get another Trump, and it's going to be worse. All right. Remember, the system without Trump created Trump. There was no Trump before Trump. And there have been years upon years of presidents violating international law, slowly eroding civil rights, murdering people all across the globe, slowly eroding civil rights, slowly eroding this, slowly eroding that, slowly creating an imperial presidency, and that have enabled Donald Trump to do what he's doing. Okay. And all these past presidents have enabled it and often have done very similar things. Trump is definitely the worst expression of empire so far, or maybe not the worst. Well, yeah, he's definitely a fascist expression of empire, right? Definitely close to worse, and he has complete disregard for the norms. But that's been happening. For years. Okay, this has been a long trend in America. We have created the scenario that has enabled Trump, and we need to get rid of that scenario. If we go, okay, you guys know, you've heard me say this before. In your groove, what if the new Trump also actually pushes back on the capitalists, making life for the working class better? Correct, in your groove. That would be my hope, is that we could have a populist left-wing leader who uses the bully pulpit like Trump in order to actually do things to help people, which will help make some people stop voting for people like Trump. But unfortunately, the Democrats are weak, and there are very few populists out there that the Democratic Party would support because they're beholden to their donors. And weakness is what the Democrats like, because donors want weak Democrats who don't fight for people. Um, okay. But what about the argument? Oh, of course, Matt Saiga, I want to be clear. Yeah, we need to get rid of Trump. Okay. Don't get me wrong, guys. I'm not saying this means we shouldn't seek to get rid of Trump. I'm saying that when Trump is gone, if Trump ever disappears, a lot of Americans are going to go back to being like, well, thank God that's over. No. Okay. We need more. We can't stop there. We need very big changes. Okay. We need very big changes. And I know that's dark, but we do, which is why I say that at the end of every single stream. We need big changes. And we can't just say when Trump's gone, everything's honky dory. Okay. Are you saying we get rid of Trump or get rid of Trump? Get rid of Trump or we get rid of Trump? Oh, I'm not sure what you mean there, Nightfall. God knows who's watching this stream. I don't know if I want to clarify, but we do need to get rid of Trump. Okay. So he needs to be gone. And okay. Whether by, preferably through legal means, although I've said before, guys, that we need some action outside the system, because right now we don't have a democracy. Of course, through voting is what I'm saying. Of course, I'm saying that, Nightfall. I'm just saying, or like pressure on the government, okay? Like a massive strike or something like that, okay? But so let's be clear. There are structural problems here. Trump is not the only issue. Yep, Luke, you're right. Thucydides. You know your history, Luke. Thucydides. The strong do what they will, the weak suffer what they must. Correct. That's why I want to be clear. American empire is not because there's something fundamentally wrong with Americans, and I know that's hard when a lot of people hate America, and I'm not dismissing the hatred of America. Okay, I'm just saying every empire has done this. Every empire has done this. Yep, it is, Matt Saigai. Civil disobedience is against the law by definition. Civil disobedience is where you break the law and assign in a show of like power. But I don't like that would be fine. That'd be fine. I'm okay with that. Civil disobedience is a good approach, in my opinion. And it's better than violence. But there are tons of things we could do. I've talked about them before. Yes, Shiv, all humans. And the American people are deeply propagandized too, and very brainwashed. Okay. The Americans out there know what I'm talking about. Okay. You know exactly what I'm talking about. And yeah. So anyway, we need to change the system, okay? Because clearly Trump is just a symptom. He's a very bad symptom.
Go for negotiations to see how serious the other side is. And they were trying to reach.
Yeah, Nightfall. You say, honestly, I find it disturbing how they treat Trump like the second coming of Christ. Well, Nightfall, I'm going to put my face up, guys. This is an important discussion that we're having. Yeah, a lot of Germans treated Hitler like the second coming of Christ, literally. You see what I mean? Fascism, which is what we have here in the United States. So when people are suffering in a country economically, or their government is no longer providing for them, which is what happened in America. A lot of this MAGA stuff started popping up after the stock market crash in 2008. A lot of people, and because of the internet too, people started to become very aware in America that we don't have a democracy, that it seems like our government actually isn't working for us, and things are getting harder and harder and harder for the average American. The middle class is disappearing. You have much more wealth inequality. And people start to notice. And then what happens is, what fascists do is that they come on the scene and they say the reason why you all are suffering is because the government is being infiltrated, that the government is infiltrated by minority groups. The reason you're all suffering is because of this group or that group, because of Muslims, because of migrants. They scapegoat. They convince people that their suffering is due to things that they're blaming as a scapegoat. For the Germans, it was Jewish folks, gypsies, gay people, etc. For America, it's trans people, migrants, communists, whatever it may be. You blame anyone other than where the problem is actually coming from. And that's the wealthy and the powerful who have been picking our pockets and who have created a system where money is what decides who wins elections. We don't have a democracy. We have an oligarchy. All right. Like exactly, Norman Smiley fan. And the UK is seeing something very similar happen. People in the UK are struggling. The cost of housing is through the roof. The right wing has been trying to gut the national health system. London has become a funnel for all the country's wealth, and it draws the wealth out of the rural areas. And so you have someone like Farage come along and say the reason for all your suffering is because of the migrants, because of Muslims. Instead of pointing up and looking up at the people also who are actually causing the problem. And so Trump, well, the reason Trump was popular is because people viewed him as against the status quo. Do we remember what his phrase was? Drain the swamp. He convinced people that he was going to change things, that it was no longer going to be business as usual because people are sick of the status quo. They don't feel like it's working for them. So he said that he's going to be the one that drains the swamp. Hitler did the same thing. He said, no more politics as usual. We're going to bring Germany back. We're going to make Germany great again. It's not true. What they do is they get into power and then they solidify the power of the elites and the powerful, okay? But they use the language of populism. They blame minority groups, and then they give people the illusion that things are getting better, all right? And unfortunately, in a capitalist system like in the United States where money speaks in politics, if you get to a scenario, guys, where the wealthy and elite, the donors, have to decide whether to support fascists or the left, who are the donors going to vote? Who are the donors going to support? The people who want to raise taxes on the wealthy and maybe monitor business more, or the fascists, even if they don't like them? Who are they going to support in every single case if they have to decide between the left and the fascists? If you're like a corporate owner, all right? What do we think? Someone tell me. It's obvious, isn't it? Someone tell me. Someone put it in the chat. I think we all know, right? And in every single case in history, that's what's happened. As a matter of fact, in Italy, okay, yeah, the fascists every single time. The capitalists and the owners of businesses and the wealthy will always back the fascists to protect themselves against the socialists, which is the way, or the left. Okay, so I can give you direct examples of this. Mussolini's party was small until a bunch of industrialists came to him and gave him a ton of money to support him in order to stop the socialists. Hitler also got a bunch of support from industrialists. In both of these cases, they weren't necessarily the biggest fans of these people, as in like the industrialists weren't exactly fans of Mussolini, but they're like, okay, well, if one of these two groups is going to win. So why do we think that the right wing has such a big media infrastructure compared to the left? It's because the wealthy are supporting them, because they could see that as people have become more disenchanted with America, they've moved towards the left and to the right. And they're like, okay, well, clearly the status quo isn't going to work anymore, so we have to choose who to support, and we're going to support the far right every single time. And who has lined up behind Trump? The industrialists, the tech bros, Elon Musk, Zuckerberg, Peter Thiel, okay? Because they view it as the left is a threat to themselves, so they're going to support the fascist every time. So whenever this happens in a capitalist system, there's always a disadvantage for the reformists and the leftists, okay? Do you see what I mean? All right? But it is clear, guys, the way to fix this, or the way to make this better, as I say every single time, and I'm not saying this as a political pundit, I'm saying it as a historian, is to move to the left and to give reforms that improve people's lives and make people feel more confident in their government so they won't be as easily tricked by fascists. Imagine if MAGA, let's say a left-winger got in charge and suddenly gave MAGA universal free healthcare, universal childcare, raised their wages, got them all unionized or something like that, okay, and decrease the number of days a week they have to work. Suddenly, I would bet you a lot of MAGA will suddenly be like, oh, you know what? This isn't so bad. maybe the left is the way to go. Maybe immigrants aren't the problem. Okay? Maybe all my suffering has been economic and not because of the migrants. Okay? I think the best way to end MAGA is to bribe them. And I don't mean that as a bad way. Give them shit. Give everyone shit. Make them feel more confident. All right? You see what I mean? I know, like, we don't like MAGA, but that'd be good for everyone, and it'll help combat fascism. Okay. So that's my thought there. Okay. So we need to go to the left. All right, we do. And we need to get people to have faith in the system again. We need major reforms. We also need to get money out of politics. Okay. We need to create a democracy again. If we ever really had one at this point. Anyway, by the way, guys, for those that are in here, this is the kind of shit we normally talk about. So please come back more often. We talk about this sort of shit all the time. I talk about history. I was a graduate student in history and stuff. I was studying fascism and things like that. Improve a quality of life, give some opportunities, and show them that system should work for them, not overpower and subjugate and punish them, right? Okay, right? That would be the way to do it, is to help people. If you help people, and by the way, guys, same thing in the UK. The Greens, whenever the right wing is rising because of economic problems, the left wing also rises. Those are your two options. And so my fear is that in the UK, although they have a different electoral system, is that people do not want the norm, right? People don't want Labor or conservatives, though the conservatives are weirdly doing pretty well. People are sick of Labor and conservatives because they are the status quo. So they're moving towards reform and the Greens. And of those two options, I suspect the one that would actually help would be the Greens, okay? Who would actually try to improve people's lives. Okay. Or you could have reform, which will blame migrants and not help anyone. Okay. Wizard's Bread book, the phrase has some baggage, but it's either socialism or barbarism. I agree, Wizard's Bread's books. Okay. So, but alas, okay. Body swap. Wait, it's all economic and not because of the migrants. Next, you're going to tell us that we're all being robbed and exploited. Hey, body swap. I didn't say it. You did. Okay. And guys, I know I'm going to scare people away from the stream. I know the regulars in here are going to be like, "What? I am a socialist." I know. But guys, I'm not even calling completely for, like, I get that that's almost like, that's like rainbows and unicorns right now in America for, like, to have a socialist state. But we do need, so, hey, we don't have to go all the way, but we need to move to the left significantly. Even if we still have capitalism, we need major reforms. We need massive social programs. We need to support people economically. And for the lefties out there who want an all or nothing approach to this, I get it. But it's not possible to move very, very far to the left if you have a boot on your neck. So the way to maybe short-term get out of this scenario might be to not go all the way to where we might want to go, but to at least get us out from underneath the boot first. This is complicated. This is something that we can debate. My point being is I'm not advocating for this because I'm a socialist. I'm advocating for it because I'm anti-fascism. Okay, can we stop the fascism? No, despite how, whatever it may be. A latex rule, it shows how warped the word is that people have made a stigma. Correct. It's insane, latex rule, considering so many bad systems leader who claim to be for freedom keep extorting and blowing shit up. Yeah. And you know what's funny about that latex rule is that, and I know you guys know I'm not a rah America person, but we all know this, even the foreigners in here know that, not the foreigners, the people who aren't from America in here know this. One of America's cultural traits is that we're obsessed with notions of freedom and liberty. Now, obviously, a lot of that is fake, but it's shocking to me that Americans are obsessed with, like, freedom from their government in theory. Okay, in theory, they're obsessed with it. It's like one of our big cultural things is that we're always talking about being free and our rights and stuff, but they have no problem being subjugated within their economic system all the time. When you're at work, you're in an authoritarian regime. You have no democratic say over your workspace. Your free speech is constantly cut out, okay? You don't get to decide how much you're getting paid. You have a boss who can hire and fire you at will. You can be abused. You can be mistreated all the time. And we view that as separate from politics, even though we spend most of our lives in a workplace. I personally, and I know this is fairies and rainbows and unicorns or whatever, would like to have us to run our businesses democratically. Why don't we go all the way with the American sense of democracy and have democratically run businesses where employees vote and make decisions collectively and own the business. So if you work at a business, you also own it. And then you get to decide with the rest of the employees about what to do with the profits, what to get paid for it, what to reinvest, and things like that. Now, that would be much more democratic, in my opinion. Alas, I know that'll practically never happen. Hello, Gust. Hello, Gust. How are you doing, Gust? So glad you're here. I know that's like a crazy ask here, and then people will be like, that's crazy. You'll never be able to do that. Okay, fine, whatever. But hey, I want us to actually be free and to have a democratic system, a real democracy where people have a say in their workplace. And for those out there who may think, well, how do we know people are going to vote the right way? They might not. Businesses that are run democratically, that do the wrong decisions, won't be very successful, will they? Just like when a business is run by a CEO who's a moron or evil, they won't succeed either. Okay, all right. Regardless, that's beside the point. I'm mainly anti-fascism. Even if we still keep a capitalist system, because I know it'll be hard to get out of that, we need major reforms. Okay. Fantastic, Gus. Glad to hear that. I totally get that, Gus. That's me too. Normally I take I'm off twice a week to try and do other stuff, and then my community yells at me, but you know how that is, Gust. Okay. All right. Yeah, Fetty Spaghetti. Cores that use we have health care to justify slave wages will never support universal health care. Yeah. Yep, Fetty. Okay. I want a real democracy. Okay. I want a real democracy. All right. Okay. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Yep, the war is still going on. But guys, can we at least, again, I'm going to say it one last time before I stop this little rant. We need to stop fascism. Okay. I totally get it, Gus, and I might have to stop taking days off because I need the cash. But yes, I know what you mean. Okay. So we need to stop fascism. And the way to do that is major reforms at the very least. So can we do that? Trump is a symptom of a problem. If we just get rid of Trump, we'll still have a problem. So we need more than getting rid of Trump. Trump needs to be gone, and then we need to make major changes. Okay. All right. All right. Anyone? I'm sorry for my little rant there, but does anyone have any comments or questions about that? I'm doing my teacher thing. Anyone have comments or questions? Yeah. Don't be a slug. Grow a spine. Others will lead. But Winston and Company already did that. Forgive me, Norman. What do you mean? Winston and Company already did that. Bright Love, coming from an economics background, if the USA nationalized all of our industry, the global economy would crash. The fastest we could reasonably achieve is yeah, that's fair, Bright Love. But Bright Love, I'm not even calling for a complete nationalization of all of our businesses. I am undecided on what a socialist regime would look like in the United States. And I know a lot of other lefties would yell at me, being like, well, what do you mean you're undecided? Yeah, I'm undecided. I think there are different ways to do this. I suspect I would want key industries nationalized, like, electricity, internet, social media, things like that could be nationalized and run by the state. But then maybe we could still possibly just have co-ops, so independent businesses operating on supply and demand for luxury goods or non-essential goods. There's a whole bunch of different ways to do this. I'm kind of undecided, but yeah. All right. Didn't Winston and Company already stop fascism? No, they did not. Norman, they did not stop fascism. They stopped the global domination of fascism at one particular period. And Winston, by the way, had some big issues. But yeah. I'm assuming Winston was it. Yeah. No, you're right. So Inverted Panda, so you don't need to nationalization. Just stop the PACs and legal bribery that you have, and things can get a lot better. You're right, Inverted Panda. And this is what I mean. I'm not even calling right now for complete socialism. I understand that's going to be very hard. I understand that's going to be very difficult. I would be fine with just making major reforms at this point, getting rid of the super PACs, stopping illegal bribery, making ourselves a democracy again, and doing some economic reforms to help people. Like a social democracy, like what you might see in the Nordic countries or elsewhere. That would be an excellent step. America, yeah, I agree. Okay. Norman, okay, they beat the fascist. I watched the whole doc on it. Hilarious, Norman. Okay. So, okay. So, all right. So let's go back here. So Nightfall, you just sent.
Hey, USA, what's new with you?
Let's watch this real fast. Yeah, all those closing all those loopholes and things like that. But guys, our Congress, let me emphasize something. We do not have a democracy. And I know a lot of Americans especially will do a knee-jerk reaction and be like, oh, you can't say that. We literally don't. I mean, Princeton did a study where they concluded it isn't a democracy, and I talked about it on stream, right? Almost every decision made is only what the top 10% of people want. Even if the other 90% of people in the country want it, it won't get passed unless the top 10% want it. It's an oligarchy. So if we think that our two-party system is going to solve that problem without us putting massive pressure on them, we are wrong. So we need to do more than just vote. We need massive pressure on the government. So like a national strike or refusal to pay taxes. There's other things we could do too, but I'm not going to go into that. But like, you see what I mean? Because our representatives do not represent us. Okay, they represent their donors, most of them. And yeah, we still need to engage in electoralism, but we can't. A lot of folks in America have this mindset of, well, we'll just wait till the next election. We'll just wait till the next election. We'll just wait till the next election. How has that served us? Like, clearly, we're not. The politicians have all been elected. They haven't done anything for us. Okay, like it's time and time again, it showed to be an incomplete strategy. Okay. Anyway, let's see what was just sent to us. And by the way, we also need more. You're inverted panda. You are completely right. Okay, and that is a big issue. This is why I'm uncertain, inverted panda. One second, guys. Where did my face go? And I know, guys, the lefties out there and me, we can argue, we can debate this and chat about this. Okay. Inverted Panda says, I consider myself a socialist, but we have some nationalized industry and it's truly corrupt. Just imagine Trump, but with total control. Yeah, Inverted Panda. There are big issues with this. This is why, like, the Soviet model or in some parts of the Chinese model have some flaws. All right, obviously have a lot of flaws. And I think past socialist society, we can see some of the errors in how they did things that I would like for us to learn from. And one of those is, like, a lot of times nationalized, centralized control can have some issues, okay? Have some issues. But perhaps if we were to do something like actually have them run democratically versus like rather than by like an executive or something, I think that'd be a lot better, right? I think that's one thing we could do if we actually had them under democratic control. There's lots of things we could discuss in regard to this, but that's sort of beside the point right now, right? We need to end fascism, and I don't want to scare people away who are in here by making them think I'm just advocating for socialism. If you're not into that, okay, but okay, anyway. But yes, I get what you mean, Inverted Panda, and like nationalized industries can be very corrupt, just like other things. Yeah, no, Norman, you're right. Let's put it this way, Norman, there's no perfect system. Socialism will not be perfect. Capitalism is not perfect. I believe a socialist system, a democratic socialist system, is better than capitalism, but it's not perfect. Okay, none of them are. All right. So you're right. Okay, so but we can talk about these things. Eleni. Now, Eleni, I will say, like, capitalism does promote racism in a lot of ways, but there is racism under socialism too. Racism is sort of a separate phenomenon. Capitalism can make it worse, but there's also human beings have a lot of flaws. Let's put it that way. Okay, there's a lot of things we need to address. Okay. But yes. All right. So guys, let's go on here. I just want to see here. This was sent to us by, yeah, no, I don't blame you, Inverted Panda. I don't blame you. Okay, I don't blame you at all for saying that. Okay. Let me see here. Someone sent this. Who sent this again? Was this, Nightfall. It hasn't been ever even been a full fucking day yet. Take a look at this. Right, let's take a look at this. This was sent to us by Nightfall.
So there's a crazy update about the ceasefire plan. Because you know how Iran gave us a 10-point plan for the ceasefire? Yeah, what about it? Apparently Trump threw it in the garbage. What? What? Yeah, Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, said that the 10-point peace plan was unserious, unacceptable, and was discarded. Because she said that Trump literally threw it in the garbage.
So let me be clear and correct the record. The Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. It was literally thrown in the garbage by President Trump and his negotiating team. Many outlets in this room have falsely reported on that plan as being acceptable to the United States, and that is false.
Seriously, didn't you say you want peace? Well, you said you're going to open the Strait of Hormuz, but then you changed your mind and said you're going to close it. Yeah, because Lebanon is still getting attacked. Yeah, but Trump said that Lebanon wasn't in the ceasefire deal. So you think it's okay to just kill innocent Lebanese civilians? No, but your 10-point peace plan was absurd. If you want peace, that's what we want. We're literally only on day 1 of the ceasefire. Hey,
yeah, the American empire, of course, but equal parts evil and incompetent. Again, this ceasefire has lasted about a day and it's already collapsing like crazy. Isn't that lovely, guys? Don't we love that for us? I love the bloodbath that is American empire, right? It's so great. And our little puppet government of Israel, love that too. Fun stuff. Yeah, he did outer signal because now Trump is claiming, guys, that that wasn't the peace deal we agreed to, which is hilarious to me. I love this for us. Great, 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 great. Zero problems there. Zero problems. Okay, yeah, I have faith too. I have faith that he can make any prom worse. Thank you, Matt Saigai, for the contribution. You know what? We need the jester hat. Matt Saigai, just because of that, because of all the other donations, we need to put on the jester hat because we gotta make sure the jestering keeps happening, don't we? Because we're living in a fucking clown show. So, which by the way is not the same as a jester, to be clear. For all you heretics out there that keep saying I'm a clown, screw you. Clowning is different than jestering. Okay. Anyway, so isn't that good? We love that shit for us, don't we? Thank you very much, Nightfall. I love it. I love American Empire. Yes, make the jests you wish to see in the world. Absolutely, absolutely. So don't we love this for us, guys? Everything's going great. Everything is going absolutely great. The so-called ceasefire. Can we stop calling it a ceasefire? It literally never ceased. Like literally, there never was a ceasefire. Israel kept bombing Lebanon. Iran kept firing missiles and drones in response. There was really never a moment of actual ceasefire going on during the ceasefire. To say that the ceasefire didn't last a day, well, it didn't really last a moment. It's only recently that people have come out to say that it's failing, even though it's been failing the whole time. Okay, which is cute. I love that. Do you think that, well, admittedly, though, the United States has eliminated the threat in Iran because they killed all those threatening schoolgirls. I'm sure they were a massive threat to the United States. Okay, we killed all those schoolgirls in self-defense, I'm sure. Okay, so let's see here. What else? Anything else new happening since I'm on today, and I'm typically not on today? Let's see here. Has Al Jazeera done any updates other than the fact that one of their journalists was murdered by Israel? And as I said before, that's just another Wednesday in Israel. Okay, Al Jazeera. Yeah, totally, Norman. Tomorrow they'll say there never was a ceasefire. The ceasefire is fake news. It never happened. All right. Al Jazeera says the following. Let's see anything new from Al Jazeera. Oh yeah, again, 254 murdered by Israel. Well, again, just another Wednesday. Brown. Okay, let's see here. Vance says it would be dumb. You're a fool, Doug. Vance said it would be dumb for Iran to derail the ceasefire over Lebanon. That is funny. Okay, this is hilarious to me. Vance saying it would be dumb for Iran to derail the ceasefire over Lebanon. I feel like maybe he's getting confused. I know both of those countries start with the letter I, but I think he's saying the wrong country, right? I think we know which country derailed the ceasefire. And by the way, who launched attacks immediately and the worst attacks during their entire campaign against Lebanon on the day of the ceasefire, and that would be Israel, right? Alas, AIPAC doesn't want us to use that word, and since they are both our puppets and we are their puppets at the same time, Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants. Vance saying, just let them capture Lebanon. It's not like it's your country. Why do you care? Well, of course, Fetty. But see, Fetty, this would imply, though, that Lebanese people are humans. And clearly, our government and Israel's government can't do that. That would be too humanizing, right? That would make it a lot harder to kill them and steal their land and things like that. So we can't do that, right? So really, you should have considered that first, Fetty Spaghetti. You made the mistake of assuming that they're viewed as humans. Alas, Fetty, that's way too idealistic of you. Norman, yeah, okay, isn't that cute? So we got that. Vance says there has been a legitimate misunderstanding on Lebanon. I think the Iranians thought that the ceasefire included Lebanon, and it just didn't. We never made that promise. You know what's also funny, guys, is that literally, it was only today that the Trump administration said that, even though Iran had clearly said that yesterday. So why did they wait till now to say that Iran was wrong about that? Maybe because they've noticed that the ceasefire isn't holding and they want to blame Iran for it, even though it's clearly Israel and America. So Outer Signal says, I think the Trump administration is used to dealing with American business, political, media, where you can fudge the details and move on. Correct. And the internet isn't letting it happen. Outer Signal, I think a lot of the American government has a very old mindset in terms of media still. And they keep forgetting that the internet exists and that all their people can see the truth regardless of what they say and regardless of what other organizations say. Maybe Wizard Bread Book. That's very possible. And it's just hilarious to me. It's just hilarious to me. Oh my God, it's so funny to me. I love it for us. It's just great. Nothing wrong here, guys. Nothing wrong here at all. Everything is great in America. Anyway, so that's good, right? Let's watch this.
Israel has launched its most devastating attack on Lebanon since the country was invaded more than 5 weeks ago. The Lebanese Health Ministry says at least 254 people have been killed and more than 800 wounded. The attacks came hours after a ceasefire was reached between Iran and the US. The two sides are expected to meet in Pakistan on Friday to negotiate a long-term deal. But that is under threat. Iran wants...
Partially, Norman, and partially not. I think both is true. I think, Norman, that yes, print journalism is falling. It is failing. But there are still really good investigative journalists who don't have as much, aren't getting as many views because of changes in the media thing. And yes, there are other groups that are using it to suppress real journalism. Okay. That's true. But I think public liars expect to be believed even if there is a counter evidence, which they dismiss. Yeah, that is true, Redmond Berry. No, that's actually fair, Redmond Berry. There's a phrase that the Nazis used to use, or at least that German philosophers that the Nazis liked used to use, Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung. It means the world is however I view it to be. And our authoritarian Trump regime definitely follows that model. Whatever they say is what the reality is, regardless of reality. Okay. This is kind of a fascist thing, the idea that, the world is however I view it is, the world is however I say it is. It doesn't matter what is actually there. Their thoughts create the real world. The world isn't, they don't actually say how the world is. Does that make sense? Yeah. That's what they are. They're liars, and they think that they can create a new reality with their words, basically.
It's the fighting in Lebanon to stop too.
Well, Luke, of course, they thought, Luke says, why did Israel think it was a good idea to fight on multiple fronts? They are not a superpower. Well, it's not just Wizard Bread Books. You know it. Okay. I actually have some big issues with postmodernism, Wizard Bread's books. I don't know if you do, but I do. We can, anyway, Luke, so the reason, Luke, is because it's not just Israel. Israel has the backing of the United States. So they also are a nuclear power, right? So yeah, they're fighting a war on two fronts, but they're not too worried about it. They got the United States on their back, and they know that we will do whatever we can to protect them because we are their bitches. Okay, I thought they were celebrating the ceasefire with missiles. Hilarious, Mayflower.
The strikes came without warning, hitting locations across the country within 10 minutes. The capital, Beirut, bore the brunt of...
Guys, come on. Clearly, all those civilians, those 254 people, were all Hamas, right? Or were all Hezbollah. They were being used as human shields or whatever. Obviously, guys. And by the way, I'm sure, all those children and civilians, they were all, I don't know, whatever. Just name a terrorist group. I'm sure that's what they did. They like pull out a piece of paper and they're like, which terrorist group was it? And they just click, okay, obviously they would say it's Hezbollah, but anyway.
Attacks. Several neighborhoods were hit, including busy commercial locations in the city center. Israel says its war with Hezbollah is not part of the truce agreed upon on Tuesday.
It's one crime after another. There are martyrs, God bless them. The state has to do something. It can't stay like this. It's a residential area. There's nothing here. Why does it need to be damaged like this?
Oh my God, look at that radical Islamist, right? Look at that language he's using. He wants to do jihad. He wants to kill all the Christians. No, you know what? You know what's actually happening, guys? He's angry. He's angry because his home is being bombed. His city's being bombed. Innocent people are being killed. And you know what that might do? It causes radicalization. He's very upset. Well, what do you expect to happen? But of course, Israel and the United States, a lot of people will be like, oh my God, they're such, if he were to the fact that he's speaking in that language that scares people, they'll be like, oh, they're radical Islamist terrorists. Well, no, they're angry people, and you're radicalizing them by bombing them. And if you think you're trying to go after Hezbollah, okay, it's just stupid. Obviously, human beings will resist when they're attacked and abused and things like that. All right.
Rescue teams in Beirut have been rushing the injured to hospitals that are already overwhelmed by the number of casualties. And the search is on for people trapped under the rubble of destroyed buildings. And beyond the capital.
Isn't that great? Don't you love that? Guys, don't worry. That rubble is spreading freedom and democracy to those
Israel
people.
also launched strikes on the Beqaa Valley and the southern city of Sidon, where 8 people were killed and 22 others wounded. The city of Tyre was also attacked. Malcolm Webb is live for us in Beirut. So, Malcolm, take us through that recovery operation that I think we can see is still ongoing behind.
There you go, Redmond. Freedom rubble.
Thank you.
Oh, for sure, Wizards Bread.
Well, yeah, this is one of around a dozen.
Oh, correct, Norman. I love you so much. You need to come back more often. I love you, Norman. Do you want to marry me? Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to be sexually harassing chat. Absolutely. The first step, guys, to enabling genocide and murder and imperial violence on civilians is dehumanization. And boy, has the media been successful in dehumanizing Muslim people and people with brown skin in order to erase empathy so that we can slaughter them, okay, without people getting concerned. Those are human beings, by the way, which as I say every single day, okay? They have grandmothers who like to give candy to their kids. They fall in love. They have hopes and dreams. They wake up on a Monday in a bad mood because they didn't get enough sleep. They're human beings. But we can't view them that way, right? If we do that, that would make it much harder to slaughter them and take their land. So, yeah. All right. So all this dehumanization that we see all the time. This is why I keep saying, folks, that I wish American media was not so edited, what's the term, censored. We don't get to see what happens to the bodies of people after we blow them up with our bombs or crush them under concrete or slaughter their children or evaporate them into dust. I know it sounds dark that I'm saying that, but I really wish our government and our media organizations would stop hiding the reality of what we're doing to people. I feel like if Americans got to see on their TVs every single day what our bombs are doing to people, that might promote a little bit of empathy, right? It's really easy to turn away, to ignore how you're slaughtering people horribly when you don't have to see what you're actually doing. Yep. Correct. Yep. They banned the accounts that show death and destruction. I think we need to see it. I think American people need to see it, right? It's not some like cutesy little bomb explosion like in a video game. You're blowing people to pieces. You're decapitating them, blowing off their limbs, crushing their children. All right. All right. 100% Wizards Bread's book. Seeing Palestine on TikTok literally, I think, is one of the big reasons we've seen such a shift in public opinion. And guess what American politicians started trying to do? Bomb, probably that too. Ban TikTok. Because if people start seeing the reality, it makes it really hard to dehumanize people. It makes it really hard to suppress empathy if people get humanized.
Or more sites in Beirut, completely taken by surprise. One of several buildings that were hit by bombs coming from the air. Let's just come in. First, we can take a look at what's left of what was dozens of people's homes. Clothing, mattresses, people's possessions.
Yeah.
There's an excavator here searching through the rubble. Been working at this for hours, waiting to see if they'll find anybody who's buried beneath this. And if we look up, you can just see how this explosion rips through this building.
Norman, it's actually weird. So Norman says, I never thought of that correlation with the TikTok ban. There were some right-wing politicians in America, or even some Democrats, which are also right-wing, who literally publicly stated it in various forums. They said, yeah, Israel has, or we failed, like the Gaza stuff has gotten out of control on TikTok. We really need to crack down on that. That's one of the big reasons why both Democrats and Republicans was trying to ban TikTok, because they were getting pressure to do it, because it was very promoting people to be pro-Gaza.
It's an 8-floor building with about 5 apartments on each floor, and this entire half of it basically
exactly
has been utterly destroyed.
Look at that.
And then if we...
outer signal, American media, destruction by the U.S. military. No, that's bad. Men kissing, ew. Man kills generations of villainous foreigners. Yes, exactly, outer signal, right? You know, worthy and unworthy victims. By the way, our country was found by a pretty loony religious cult called the Puritans, partly. I'm kind of exaggerating here. I'm a historian. I know I'm oversimplifying. They, so we are super obsessed about sex. You can't show sex on TV unless it's like HBO. You have to be very careful about sex. You can show people being slaughtered and stuff all the time in movies. Mass violence. You can't show real images, but you can show fake images of it. But we can't have the sex stuff. So yeah, Americans are more sensitive about seeing like men kissing than they are about, or like seeing boobs on TV than they are about seeing the reality of their bombs. Okay. Yep. Luke, the reality is that these actions are more like to radicalize people. Correct. Argentical? Yeah, Argentical, yes. So American media has been largely censored for a long time. This is complicated. The laws around that have changed over time, but generally, yes, Argentical. This is complicated. Maybe I'll do a stream on it sometimes. Welcome to the stream, Argentical. Okay, LaQuaboab. No. Like Luke, most people will likely not be in existence in 10 to 20 years. Sorry to burst your truth bubble. Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, I got you. Okay. Let's see here. Did I miss anyone? All right, let's continue.
Pull out again. With me, I have a resident who lives nearby, Hadi Basha. And you said that when you heard this explosion, you came here to help your neighbors. Yeah, what happened?
I live about 50 meters away from here, and the whole building...
Thank you, Argent. I'll call you Argent.
Our building shook, an explosion. So we rushed to see where, and we noticed it was here. Our neighbors and friends live here. We started trying to evacuate as many people as we can. The ones who were not injured, the ones who were injured, and even some dead bodies.
Yep. I see, and I know this is dark. I want to see the dead bodies. I know this is Al Jazeera. They probably wouldn't be able to show this in America anyway. But, CNN and MSNBC, we should be seeing those bodies being pulled out of that rubble. I know it's dark, but let's see the reality of what our little puppet state is doing.
About 20 minutes into that side of the building started to shake. So we rushed out, and it was 5 seconds later, the whole building collapsed. With still a lot of people in there.
Yep.
And any idea roughly how many people and how many did you see were injured or?
One of the guys who's sitting behind us, he had a 10-member family in there. So
gotcha.
They lived on the first floor, and I guess they're kind of reached the first floor right now.
And this must have come as a surprise.
Definitely. I mean, there's nothing unusual going on here. They just targeted civilians. It's a residential building, elderly kids. I carried a 3-year-old injured kid, shrapnels in his head.
Yeah, Norman.
It's
Jesus. Hear that?
just criminal.
The trauma.
Have you known anything like this in this neighborhood before?
No, not since the Civil War. Everything was nice and easy here. It's a very multicultural, multinational area. It's a touristic area. Just, your regular neighbors here.
Thank you,
Jesus.
Hadi Basha, who just lives nearby. Thanks for talking to us. I've lost you in the earpiece, but this is the remains of one of many buildings hit here in Beirut today.
Oh,
in
yeah,
these
Argenticle.
unexpected strikes. No sign of a ceasefire here.
So, I'm trying not to get angry. Honestly, all the people that have done this have been should be sent to The Hague and experience the ultimate punishment. Of course, we all know that won't happen because the American empire won't allow it. By the way, the American empire literally has a law that was passed during the Bush administration that authorizes the U.S. military to launch a military operation against The Hague to rescue any American officials that are ever held there and put on trial. Yeah. So anyway, so that'll never happen. Of course, Israel will never experience any repercussions for their actions because of the... Oh, Sir Bart, I'm not joking. You want me to prove it, Sir Bart? I'll gladly. I know you actually believe me, Sir Bart. That's true. I'll show you, Sir Bart. Let me show you. You guys want to see what I'm talking about? Okay. I'm trying to remember what it's called. American Law on Hague Rescues. If you guys want proof, gladly. There it is. The American Service Members Protection Act, sometime called the Hague Invasion Act, authorizes the U.S. president to use all means necessary and appropriate, including military force, to free U.S. military personnel or officials detained by the International Criminal Court in The Hague. So anyway, anyway, so again, American Empire, love that. Love that. Love that for us. Anyway, so isn't that good? If you want a better story, we also have. I'm trying to see if let's see here. Yep, it's still. I know this is Wikipedia, so it's not a good source, but it's true. You can go and look it up. So yeah, America will never allow any of our people to be charged with crimes. Though if you're black or brown and you committed a crime in Africa or something, yeah, please go to The Hague. We will try you and throw you in prison forever. And I will say a lot of the people that do get tried that way deserve it. But isn't it funny how there's a difference in application? Anyway, so moving on. Okay. All right. So that's what we're doing to people overseas, guys. And I really wish Americans would see every day the result of what our tax dollars are doing to people all across the world. All right. Okay. Hey, don't you laugh at me, Fetty Spaghetti. Hey, you too, Outer Signal. Bonk. You got a bonk, Fetty Spaghetti. You too, Outer Signal. Bonk. All right. Anyway. So that's good. Don't we like that, guys? Let's see what else is happening. Any other new updates? Any other new updates here? For those that are okay, for those that by the way are new to the stream, I stream every day except for Wednesdays and Sundays, and I know it's Wednesday. This is an exception, so I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Please come back. We do streams every day. We do politics, history, news, education. I will occasionally do a lesson on something, or almost every day I do a lesson on something so we can learn while also looking at the news and politics. What, Matt Sai guy? What? Anyway. Any new changes here? Okay. All right. Looks like there's nothing new right now. I'm going to put my face up, guys. Of course, Norman. I mean, what? Like, that's every other day, isn't it? Like, Israel bombs a school. Okay, I'm going to put my face up. Of course I do, Matt Saga. Of course I love you. You're the best. All right. Let me put my face up. All right. Isn't this great, guys? Don't we love it? Yay. It's so great. The circus continues. And you know what? By the way, for those that are new to the stream, I know everyone here knows this, who's been here for a while. I'm wearing a jester hat because I am a jester, right? The jesters were the only ones who could make fun of kings and queens to their faces and get away with it without being executed, though sometimes they'd still be executed. So I am doing some modern day jestering here. We're making fun of the powerful and the elites and things like that, and showing how monstrous they are with a little bit of dark humor on the side, okay? And it's not meant as disrespect. It's a way of critiquing the powerful. And we don't like it. How dare you, Mayflower kid? Don't you throw those tomatoes at me! Okay, sorry, I'm calm. Everything's fine. So that's why we're gesturing here. We're doing gesturing, and I have my stick of authority because I'm mocking the kings, etc. So anyway, guys, so this is what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna go. I have streamed for a while, longer than I would have normally streamed on these days. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. It is posted at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. Join our Discord. We have a fast-growing community on there. For those that are watching, of course, Norman, please come back, Norman. We love having you here. For those that are new, I wanted to show you all something, so don't leave. Don't leave already. Don't leave already. Okay, I know a lot of people have seen this, but we have a lot of new folks in here, so let me show you something. So this is a sword, right? This is a sword. The name of this sword is Chainbreaker. All right, the name of this sword is Chainbreaker. It's been passed down in my family for many years. Rumor has it that it was responsible for the death of 7 slave owners during the American Civil War, literally. There's actually some splatter marks on it that appear to be rusty. And I have it back here to remind all of you that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, sometimes including even putting their lives on the line, okay? And we cannot let their sacrifice go to waste. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, okay? And always, 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 always fight for a better future, okay? Fight for a better future. Our ancestors died sometimes fighting for things, all right? Let's not let their sacrifice go to waste. And on that note, folks, you all know what I'm about to say before I go. First of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Ukraine. Free Iran. Free Venezuela. Protect Greenland. Save Sudan, okay? Like, there are a lot of places that we need to free, etc. By the way, we barely talk about Sudan. So free all these places, okay? Free humanity, okay? Please. Thank you. Argentical, very good. Cuba. Free Cuba, who, by the way, we are still preventing oil from going to, and we've destroyed their healthcare system, etc. Free Lebanon, okay? Free everywhere, all right? From the ravages of American empire and Russian empire and any other empire. Okay, free them all. Second of all, never stop resisting. There you go. Okay, there you go, Norman. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to not blindly listen to authority figures. Do not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. I'm not perfect. I'm a human being. All right. See what other people are saying. No one on the internet is perfect. Don't become a cultist to anyone online. Okay, including me. I'm not perfect. Learn to think for yourselves, etc. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions, so they turn to more radical means for change. In order to stop this, we need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not be a slug. Resist them. Fight back. And I've already told you about Chainbreaker. Okay? Never forget the sacrifices of our ancestors, and always, 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 always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, I'm going to now send the people on Twitch to someone else. Okay, so please, if you're on Twitch, stay around. We're gonna raid someone, and I will be back on tomorrow, guys. Thank you, Pobsies. Thank you very much. Okay, I am leaving. I'm sorry, LaCroix. Maybe I might come back on later today if I'm in the mood, like, I don't know, to do something silly. Who knows? But otherwise, I will come back on tomorrow at my normal time, okay? Which will be probably around 12:30. Okay? Let's see here. Who should I send you to? Anyone have a suggestion? I have an idea here. I will send you to... Let's see here. But Gisela, I love you, Gisela. You're the best. Did I give any boops today, by the way? What is I don't know, Norman, to be honest. I just kind of spoke out my ass when I said that. Anything is silly, okay? Everything is silly. I'm off to Vosh then. How dare you, Finn? Okay, I'm just kidding. Let me see. Who should I send you guys to? Should I send you to maybe I'll send you to Zach? Well, I could do that, or I could send you to Just Peace Now. I don't know who that is. Let's find out. Who is Just Peace Now? I don't know who the hell that is. Well, I like the idea of having peace. We'll do Just Peace Now. All right. So peace sounds good to me, doesn't it? Okay. No, but I'm sorry. Here, Drizella, you get a boop. Boop. Mayflower Kid gets a boop. Boop. Finn gets a boop. Boop. Body Swap gets a boop. Boop. Okay, sorry guys, give me a second. I know I'm doing too many boops, and you're all gonna leave me, even though I haven't sent you all off yet. Let's see here. So we'll do this. Is it? Thank you, Cicero Fields. We'll do that. Okay, so I'm gonna do raid. Yeah, you're a bonk hoarder. Okay, see here. We'll do raid. I know like a lot of new people in here are probably like, what the fuck are these boops? What the hell? Is he a lunatic? Yes, guys, we have a whole system of boops, bonks, and bromps. It's how I hand out. It's like how I bribe the chat. Let's see here. It would be Peacefire Now. Raid Peacefire Now. Okay. All right, guys. I'm sending you now. Please join the raid if you want to go to Peacefire Now. All right. Thank you, everyone. And we're ready to go. I love you all very much. I'll see you all tomorrow. Yes. So, guys, there's bops, bromps, and bonks. I'll explain in a second. Bye-bye, people on Twitch. Okay. So a boop, I'm sorry, there's a boop. A boop is where I go boop, and that's a compliment. It means it's like a hug. It's like a virtual hug. A bromp is where I take away a boop because you've said something naughty in chat. So like if I give you a boop and then you do something bad later, I give you a bromp. And then we have bonks, which is where I'm just angry at you. So I bonk you over the head with my stick. So it'll be bonk, just like that. For example, I don't know. Do an example here. Mayflower Kid gets a bonk. Bonk! I've wanted to do that all day, Mayflower Kid, as a form of abuse. So those are the 3 classifications: boops, bromps, and bonks. Okay, we all get it? All right. There you go, Finn. Love you too. I love you, Finn. Okay, I love you all. You have a good rest of your day. Bye-bye, folks. Bye-bye.